Good evening, my friends. Get out of there. How's everyone doing? I hope everybody's having a great day so far. Hope everybody's having a good week. It's great to see you guys, man. I've had a very full day. So I'm glad to be here hanging out with you guys right now. Most definitely. I am definitely glad to be here. Now there's been a lot of new motions filed today. And they all just kind of happened. What's up, Dennis Sweeney? Good to see you, buddy. A lot of them. And I'm going to go over every single one of them. Now, I couldn't really pay attention to Melanie Little's stream. I was in and out of there here and there. So I really don't know what these things say yet. I have not read them. I did post them in my new Facebook page, which I need to put the link in the description for that. Sorry. But yeah, I have a new Facebook page. It is the Glare Official, just like my Instagram. And so go ahead and follow me there. That would be great. And I'm going to try to keep that site as lighthearted and fun as I can. Keep that page as nice and chill as possible. Oh, hey, Corruption, sorry you've been sick. That's a bummer. I hope you feel better. Clever's here. Clever, what you doing, buddy? What are you doing, sitting there and then just facing the wall? What's going on with that? What's up, buddy? Everybody's asking about you. You love Facebook? I'm sorry that you love Facebook. I don't love Facebook. I'll be honest with you. What's really funny about it is I left Facebook and avoided Facebook groups because I found them to be extremely toxic. Yeah. And I was very engaged in Twitter, X, figure. But I got to tell you, being kicked off of X was great. Honestly, it really didn't hurt me in the slightest bit. Well, in a slight bit. I mean, $50 a month is $50 a month. You know what I mean? Being able to engage in some asshole's post who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about and call him an idiot. That's also nice, But the problem with that is, the thing is now it's not a problem. The thing is now that I have I can still see everything that's being posted. I still scroll through X to see what's being posted. It's just I'm a ghost. I can't actually I need the subway weirdo to teach me how to use my powers and how to actually make things move. But anyway, I don't really care that much. So I now have a Facebook, and it's crazy. Facebook, it's already up to I launched that thing less than 24 hours ago. Well, no, a little over 24 hours ago. I launched that thing 24 hours ago, and it's already at 3.5 thousand followers. That's crazy. Absolutely wild. And that's a big thank you to Microdots and Aiden Turtleboy for pushing it as well. It was really, really nice of them to do that. So I'm really grateful. And those of you who recommended it too, there was a few recommendations in there. I didn't even know you could do that. I've been on Facebook for so long, I didn't even know you could do that. But the recommendations that you guys have been doing, man, that's really, really nice of you guys to do that. Thank you. So yeah. Auntie Bev's squeaky wheels. I love it. And I'm pretty sure that's my man Scott. I think. I don't know. I could be wrong. I can't keep up with all you mods. But thank you to all my mods for being here, or most of my mods for being here. Yep, that's definitely Scott. And it's yeah, I'm really grateful to you guys for everything you do. Now, yeah, there's I'm noticing I noticed something here on X earlier. Let me just check this out real quick. And Microdots also dropped a new short in Microdots Clips, his alt channel, for shorter, smaller videos. And we'll probably go over that because it's a short one. But make sure to subscribe to Microdots' alt channel. I clicked on it today and I realized that I wasn't subscribed. I was like, what the fuck? You just posted. Where did you post that, Nick? In the group or Facebook? What? I'm curious. The Rule 17 and 14 motion to go and test the driveway at Meadows. I love that. I'm really curious. I really want to know what that's all about. So thank you, Nick, for that, and thank you for everything that you've been doing for raising money for Karen. And again, folks, if you and I'm doing everything I can with my page. I'm trying to stay as informed as I can. So guys, I do check the DMs that come through there. I may not respond, but I check them. So if you guys if there's something that's new and you think that I should be posting it on my page, because it's not a group where you could post anything you want, but you send it to me and send me the link in the DM and I'll post it in the group if it's something that's vital to Turtle Boy's case or vital to Karen Reed's case. Now, I'm not going to post it if it's some bullshit that is just some bullshit, but if it's something that that's new, then please, of course, I want to treat that page as much like a community as I possibly can, but I don't want the drama of a group, so I didn't start a group. So I'm in Turtle Boy's group for Justice for John O'Keefe, the Justice Group, and I scroll there. I don't post much at all, if anything, and I don't and I rarely comment, but you'll see me comment in there. It won't be the Glare official, but you'll see my personal profile or my personal handle commenting there. So well, yeah, I don't think it'll take me all night, Dennis Sweeney, to go over these things because I don't have a legal insight to add to it. So unless I go on a rant about my personal feelings about these things, which I probably will, which I most likely will, but I doubt that it will take me as long as Melanie Little doing her personal passionate rants on top of the legal analysis that goes along with it. So hopefully, in theory, my live stream won't really be quite as long, but it'll probably be close to it since we normally go about 3 hours here. And I do want to open the phones, but I'm not sure if I'm going to or not. It just depends on how I feel later. And I see Estes here. It's good to see you. Yes. Yannetti, Alessi, Little, Allen, Jackson, Mark Bettero, Dream Team. 100%. Absolutely. 100%. Now let me look up. Now I'm a little distracted, but I gotta see, I gotta check. I gotta check stuff. Okay. Yeah, this stuff's all from fucking, never mind. Okay. So let me look at let's Yeah, Brother Counsel posted something here earlier that caught my attention. And what he states here, we love Brother Counsel. I love Brother Counsel. I think he's great. But he states something here. He says, I don't think many people quite understand or appreciate how drastically the SJC opinion in Karen Reed is changing Massachusetts criminal 27, which allows judges to ask juries for partial verdicts. I will revisit and explain this in today's video along with other updates. Okay, now I'm really interested in exploring that. And maybe I'll wait till I hear what he has to say further about this. I don't want to jump to conclusions. I just feel like here, maybe he's trying to, I don't know if he's trying to like push us to truly like really get a sense of how impactful that decision is on Massachusetts law, or could be anyway. I think that's what he's what he's trying to figure out, because the thing is in theory, and if I'm correct, again, I don't want to jump to conclusions, and I'm not a lawyer, I don't really know these things, but it feels like in theory that this ruling from the SJC could set a precedent, and it could be troublesome, because I mean, if again, in theory, I need to understand this a little bit better. I'm talking based on how I'm understanding, based on the little information that he shared there so far. I'm wondering if he's talking about that it could be very dangerous, because I'm seeing that the law tubers, like the people with law degrees, the people with law degrees who have been covering this case, they're the ones who have, except for Melanie Little, of course, and most recently, here and there, lawyer, nobody seems to be really pissed off about what's happening here. Overall, what's happening to Karen Reed specifically. They didn't seem to be angry until what's happening here as far as this ruling goes. They seem very, very troubled by this ruling by the Supreme Justice, the Supreme okay, sorry about that. Yeah, they seem pretty upset about it. So yeah, and that's definitely a problem, because if they're upset about the reasons that I think they are, or at least what Brother Counsel is trying to say there in that tweet, it feels like it could actually change things, where when we look at these motions, there's a lot of times where they cite other cases, and they go, the decision by the Supreme Court justice or whatever the fuck, the decision by them that they just that there's no double jeopardy here, and that there's no reason to question any of the jurors or anything like that, and that you agree with Judge Beverly Cannoni's decision. then later on, when someone's rights are blatantly being violated, they could go back and cite that decision, cite that case, and use it to help them get their motions granted, or get someone else's denied, or whatever. So that could be difficult. That could be a problem. Now I don't know, but that's as far as I know about the SJC thing. I really don't fully understand it. I got to be honest with you guys about that. I really don't. Yeah, I cut it short today too, bro. Like, who's bitching about the intro? Fuck out of here. Quit your whining. But yeah, so I want to do a little bit more. I think Brian LTL is doing a show on it tomorrow. Maybe he's done some digging into it and understands it better than I do, hopefully. And but the thing is I'm wondering what Brother Counsel is implying here. Maybe people are sending a message to him, sending messages to him, saying things to him, and then he's just responding generally in this tweet, because he's saying, I don't think many people quite understand or appreciate how drastically the SJC opinion of Karen Read is changing this Massachusetts I guess law. The way he worded that, like, we don't really understand or appreciate it. The thing is if I'm reading that correctly, and I have a response for that, and a very respectful one, seriously. Those of us who are really focused on Karen Read right now, those of us who are just dead set on the fact that, and hyper focused on the fact that we want justice for John O'Keefe, but we cannot get justice for John O'Keefe until Karen Read is exonerated, because Karen Read did not do this. This is a distraction from getting justice from John O'Keefe. This is a massive, dangerous, dark road detour full of potholes, cliffs, lakes that you could drive into. Your headlights aren't working. You know what I mean? It's dangerous. It's very dangerous right now. What's happening to Karen Read. So the overall issue that we're concerned with is not so much that one little, sorry if we're not so concerned about that one particular Massachusetts law. We are concerned about it. But the problem is we've been so focused on Karen Read right now. And I get the debate, you would win for sure, because this law is going to affect so many cases throughout history. But in our defense, those of us who don't really understand or appreciate the way that you're stating there, Brother Counsel, in our defense, everything that we're fighting for here too affects the same things. If the Massachusetts State Police continue to conduct investigations like this, this is directly just spitting in the face of justice. If a DA's office can do what Michael Morrissey's DA's office has been doing, spitting in the face again of Lady Justice. Every single thing that's happening here. I mean, the Canton Police Department and how they handled the evidence. All of these things are things. So we're all concerned about the same things here. We're all concerned about the same outcome, or at least for the same reasons. We're concerned about different things for the same reasons. But make no mistake that backing up Karen Read here is so important so that people look back on this and they can reference, like, Tom, even though Tom just seems like a mousy little dude who's got a camera and he's getting in people's faces, and he's saying hi, and you're looking at it, and I'm not saying you, brother counsel, or anybody in particular, but some people who who's listening right now, you might be looking at it like Tom is just out there acting like he's at a family reunion and he's filming and saying hello, 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 and that's not it. Like, what he's doing is actually way more important than that, because all of those people right now, it is the people versus the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. That's what's happening. The people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, who are actually the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, are fighting who the Commonwealth of Massachusetts are on paper. Make no mistake about that. And Tom's documenting that. And I'm just using Tom as a small example. Everyone is trying to do something here and exercise their First Amendment rights, because those have become, those rights of everyone in Norfolk County, at least, have been threatened since this case has happened. After Karen Reed's rights were violated, after Turtle Boy found out about it, after Turtle Boy reported it, investigated and reported it, his rights, his First Amendment rights, were violated, and then others were violated as well, which means that people's First Amendment rights are in danger. And they're very, very worried about that. So not only are people worried about being wrongfully prosecuted, wrongfully convicted in Massachusetts right now because of this case, but they're worried about not even being able to speak out on it. So this is the reason why I am so involved in this. This is the reason why I am so passionate about this. This is the reason why I am so loud about it. Because I am just a layman. At best. At fucking best, I'm a layman. And I see what's happening here, and it's infuriating. So yes, I get that the SJC thing is a problem. We all get it. We just may not understand it to the degree that you law tubers do. In all fairness, we may not understand it to that degree, but we understand. We see it and understand it to be just one drop in the bucket of all of the problems that are happening in Massachusetts, and that. Since we're so focused on Karen Reed and her case and her being exonerated, since we're all so focused on this, we see the SJC thing as something that's already happened and nothing that we can do about right now. So right now, what we're focused on is moving forward, because now there's going to be a trial, a second trial that shouldn't be happening, for the reasons being that it's a trial that shouldn't be happening, and because it's a second trial that shouldn't be happening, meaning there was a first trial that never should have happened in the first place either. So all of these things are things that we are all so concerned about right now. We are concerned about the SJC ruling. We're just not worried about, we're not looking into it as analytically, as the law tubers are naturally, because this is what you guys do, and we love you guys for it. But I realize that a lot of the law tubers are just, Melanie's the only one, really. Melanie's the only one that is outright speaking out, saying, I'm pissed off about this. This is dead fucking wrong. And Karen Reed should go free, period. And that's what we all should be focused on right now. All of these things that are happening, the SJC thing is just another thing that needs to change in Massachusetts once Karen Reed is exonerated, and everybody's going to speak out on it. Everybody's going to do their standouts on it. Everybody's going to talk about it. So these things are the SJC thing is we're pissed off about it, but we're not pissed off about it to the degree that you are, because we don't fully understand it as well as you do. We just see it as another shitty thing to happen to Karen Reed. It just is. So it's not, you're right. We don't fully understand it. But most of it is because we're just not inclined to fully understand it right now. because there's really nothing we can do about it. Right now, we want to make sure to build support for Karen Reed and build support for Turtle Boy. That's where we're at. That's where our mind is, you know. And I say that with all due respect. That's and maybe I'm just ranting about something that, and I misunderstood the tweet, and I don't even know what the fucking origin or nature of it is in the fucking first place. I don't know. That's just how I read it. But there have been so many motions filed today. I'm gonna read. I think I'm gonna start with, I want to keep this moving along. And yeah, big birthday shout out to Melanie Little. It's her birthday today. Happy birthday, Melanie Little. She's got to get a round of applause there. All right. Now, see, I've already been live for 35 minutes. Doesn't feel like it at all. I haven't even started on the first document here. And Lauleen Harkness is a member. Right on. And
oh, here we go. I
think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Might be from the 413, including the governor not putting X's on the SJC. Okay, yeah, good point. Thanks for that. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. I've got the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. The Commonwealth's motion to exclude employees of ARCCA. Now, here's the thing about that. Before I even start fucking reading this, okay? I don't think it's coincidence that this was filed after Karen Reed's interview comes out, and Karen Reed says that the ARCCA experts' testimony and their findings is 95% of their case. 95% of that's it. Like, that's why I keep saying, like, that's my argument. Like, I'd reached that point when I'd gotten to X where I was just like, that's my fucking argument, dude. Like, I'm not even gonna fucking argue with you trolls anymore. That's it. ARCCA. Done. That's it. Like, an independent federal investor. This is the core reason. Okay, besides all the other shit, because all that other shit matters too. But the ARCCA thing is the core reason, folks, that if you think after you found out that a federal investigation, independent federal investigation into the Norfolk County DA's office, Michael Morrissey at the Norfolk County DA's office, the Norfolk County DA himself, an investigation into his office, independently conducted and spearheaded by Josh Levy, United States Attorney, and these ARCCA experts testify in open court that in their investigation, two men with PhDs who have no skin in the game whatsoever have determined that Karen Reed, this is the period full stop moment. This is Alan Jackson's period full stop moment. That Karen Reed did not hit Boston police officer John O'Keefe with her SUV, and John O'Keefe was not hit with an SUV. Period. Full stop. Done. If after knowing this, you believe Karen Reed to be guilty, you are fucking retarded. This is one of the many reasons, but it is the core reason why, if you think that Karen Reed is guilty after knowing that, you are fucking retarded. Period. Full stop. Teresa, thank you so much for becoming a member. Appreciate it. I mean, I can. That's a great point. Lauleen. Okay, since it's Southern, now that I know that it's Southern, if I say it like, you know, our lawyer down in Georgia, Savannah, Georgia, Miss Lauleen Harkness was not there the night of the murder. And I plan on proving this to y'all fine folks in the jury. Now, I feel like I said it right that time. Did I say it right that time? I feel like I said it right that time. Polish names are the best. I don't know about that. Swiss Smith said Polish names are the best. Y'all fucking kill me. So once Karen Reed makes this, oh shit, Lou Ellen, holy fucking shit, I can't believe that went over my head. Lauleen, where did I see? I thought I saw two E's. See, I'm dyslexic as fuck, dude. I thought I saw two E's. Lou Ellen. Excuse me, Llewellyn Harkness. Ms. Llewellyn Harkness. Yeah, exactly. All right. Now you're right. I said it wrong. That makes sense. Makes perfect sense. I mean, you guys saw how dyslexic I fucking am. I love it. Lauleen. I'm calling you that from now on. Fuck you. Commonwealth's motion to exclude employees of ARCCA. The Commonwealth moves to exclude the defendant from calling employees of ARCCA, LLC, according but not limited to Daniel Wolf, PhD, and Andrew Rentschler, PhD. I totally said that name right. Due to the defendant's failure and inability to comply with discovery obligations under mass criminal blah, 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 Rule 14. As revealed during the defendant's first trial, Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler were two experts retained by the federal government in furtherance of U.S. Attorney's investigation of an unspecified federal crime. Okay, so, yeah, so when Karen Reed says this, I don't think it's a coincidence that they dropped this after Karen Reed says it's 95% of that's it. Because as soon as now, even though Judge Bev is on this trial again too, it is a new trial. Okay? It is a new trial. And she has not excluded the fact that the ARCCA experts, she has not ruled that the fact that the ARCCA experts were hired by the FBI to not be discussed in the trial. She hasn't done that yet. She did that the last trial. And we know the effect that it had. And Turtle Boy is going to have a fucking ball writing about these things, because come Saturday, he's going to have two of those jurors on live with him. And I guarantee you he's going to talk about these things. And the public is going to be outraged. The public, the people of Massachusetts who are big Turtle Boy fans are going to be very, very angry when they hear a juror from the last trial tell Turtle Boy that they would have absolutely voted not guilty on all counts, unanimously, most likely, if they had known that the ARCCA experts were hired by the FBI and that there was a federal investigation into the Norfolk County DA's office. Think about that. That made a huge difference. Already Turtle Boy interviewed one of them, and they said this. So imagine what's going to happen when approaching this trial as a prelude to the coverage that Turtle Boy is gonna have for this trial. He's going to have two jurors from the last trial. After everything that just happened with the SJC and everything, he's going to have two of those jurors on his show come Saturday, Turtle Boy Live. What do you think that's going to do? Because I don't think that it resonated very well. I really don't think that people really understood, because people weren't really following the case as much. There's definitely more people following this case now as opposed to when the trial was absolutely happening, and even when the ARCCA experts had testified. Nobody was talking about how critical that information is, that they were hired by the FBI, who was investigating Michael Morrissey. And why would they conduct all of these experiments and tests to determine whether or not Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her vehicle and whether or not John O'Keefe was hit with a vehicle? Why would they do that specifically on that case? Why would the FBI do that on this particular case when they are conducting an investigation into the Norfolk County DA's office? I would imagine they're investigating a lot of cases, but why this one? And the only logical thing, Occam's razor absolutely dictates that the reason why is because of the way this investigation was conducted. Period. They feel Karen Reed was fucking framed. They have to at least have suspected it, because we fucking know it. But they had to have at least suspected, because we're talking about the FBI here. Yeah, corruption does not like exposure. I love, and there was some fucking moron. I don't even know if I'll go over it, and I don't want to get sidetracked from what we're doing here, but because I'm already doing that enough as it is. But some fucking moron with like no subscribers fucking made some video calling me stupid because and went on a rant about how the the prosecution can't talk about the investigation or can't talk about the trial. That's absolute bullshit. They absolutely can hold press conferences. They absolutely can talk about what's within their bounds of being talked about without disclosing the details of an investigation. They can absolutely do that. They always do. Every case that I've ever covered, there's some statement at least from the lead prosecutor and or the DA. Always. Fucking always. So, yes, I do find it suspicious that Hank Brennan, a high-profile defense attorney, hired as a special prosecutor for the Norfolk County DA's office, not saying shit to the press ever, is absolutely suspect. I think it's a bad look in and of itself, period. If you're being publicly accused of part of a corrupt frame job, as if there's another kind, sorry, just I'm running my mouth here, but as part of a frame job conducted by a corrupt local government, which all these agencies seem to be in concert with each other in doing so, possibly even the fucking judge. Well, yeah, man. Like, it's probably best if you hold a press conference and go, these allegations are ridiculous. There's absolutely that we have nothing to hide. This is Karen Reed is absolutely guilty of this crime, and we should be blah 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 blah. I mean, that's what we wouldn't normally hear, but this dude isn't doing that shit. He hasn't done it yet. So yeah, I find that absolutely suspect. Both Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler admittedly did not review all pertinent and relevant evidence that exists in this case, asserted that they did not speak with the defense prior to their testimonies, and conducted experimentation and analysis that exceed the facts and evidence in this case. Nonetheless, the court permitted both Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler to testify on behalf of the defendant in June 2024. Now, this is fun because what he just did right there was take a jab at Judge Bev. And I think this is coming from a different place from when somebody in Karen Reed's defense takes a jab and a motion to Judge Bev. You guys know where I'm getting at? So, because when somebody in Karen Reed's camp does it, well, you know, it's because they're sick and tired of her holding the hand of the prosecution throughout this whole fucking case. They're sick and tired of the bias. So, but when the prosecution tells me something, when they have no reason to have any animosity towards Judge Bev, and the best thing to do, usually strategically, this is why they're always so respectful. Oh, Your Honor, I don't want to do this. And yes, if it pleases the court, you know, that kind of shit, that kind of ass kissing shit that must fucking drive Jackson and fucking Yannetti and Little and Alessi nuts. And has made Bettero nuts watching it. In Cosgrove, I don't think anything gets to that guy. I think he's just fucking like super chill. I don't think he gives a fuck about nothing. I think that dude is just like, okay. I don't think that dude gets pissed off about anything. That guy's just like a sweet old man. I love that guy. So why the snark from Hank Brennan? Because the only thing that I can think of, if she hasn't done anything to annoy him, except for maybe deny his motions, his asinine motions to block Karen Reed from having a defense, one after the other. Besides that, the only thing I could think of is he expects something from her. That's as far as I'll take that, because I don't know beyond that. I'm just saying it comes off like somebody who expects something from somebody else, the way that it's being addressed. The way this court allowed them after so much, this court, like she dropped the ball. And if there's anything that I believe personally annoys Judge Beverly Cannoni more, is being called out on a mistake or being called out on something that she does that's wrong, whether it be to be an asshole or whether it be because she's negligent.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Ms. Melissa, thank you so much. Have you heard of Lori Ann Phillips from La Crosse? No, I'm just kidding. La Crosse, Wisconsin. Look her up. Very similar, but Karen Reed is innocent, and that lady, in my opinion, is guilty. I have not looked into that case. I don't know. But thank you. I will keep my antennas up for that. Yeah. I mean, because it's what's gonna make Judge Bev doesn't like that shit, dude. Like, this is the whole thing with I think that the decision to deny questioning the jurors again, if it wasn't just blatant corruption, that decision was out of pride. Pride because she knew, and I said this many times, she would have to, by allowing this, she would have had to have admitted making a mistake. She would have to have had admitted making a mistake through her actions without even saying that she made a mistake. By doing so, it's an admittance to making a mistake, because that means that she failed to instruct the jury, and she's running the risk of a juror sitting there and testifying, yeah, if the judge had asked us and asked us to specify which charges, then sure, you know, she didn't want to run that risk because it would make her look bad. That's truly what I believe. So, knowing this, and maybe Brennan doesn't really get it. You know what I mean? I guess it matters who drafted the motion, but Brennan doesn't really get this. Maybe, possibly, because he's just now on board. Maybe he hasn't figured this out about Judge Bev yet. Maybe he's just being stupid. Maybe it's just a bad move to call Judge Bev out here, like, in order to compel her to rule in your favor, take jabs at her. That's not a good move. She don't like that shit. Look at this shit. Like, I gotta read this again. The Commonwealth moves to exclude the defendant from calling employees of ARCCA LLC, including but not limited to Dr. Wolf and Andrew Rentschler, PhD, both with PhDs, due to the defendant's failure and inability to comply with discovery obligations. Now, I love that line right there. I'm glad I went over this again, because that went over my head last time. Due to the defendant's failure and inability to comply with discovery obligations. I blew that off because I've heard this coming from the defense, and I fucking forgot that I was reading a Commonwealth motion here for a second. That's literally what happened to my brain. I forgot that I was reading a Commonwealth motion right there. So, remembering now that I'm reading a Commonwealth motion, I'm flabbergasted. I am blown away that Hank Brennan had the fucking audacity to say, well, there's going to be a lot of motions I'm going to read today, man. Had the fucking audacity to accuse the defendant, the defense of not complying with sharing discovery. That's amazing. That's fucking amazing. With everything that we know about the Sallyport video and the Canton DVR, I am blown away. That's amazing. As revealed during the defendant's first trial, Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler were two experts retained by the federal government. No, see, Scott, I see what you're saying, but it doesn't say that. It says retained by the federal government in furtherance of the U.S. Attorney's investigation of an unspecified federal crime. Like, right there, there's a little bit of a hint. These motions have to be written by you got to be a wordsmith to pull this shit off. But these are subtle little things that he's doing. where he says an unspecified federal crime. Because it comes off like the federal government has not been forthcoming with us. He sounds a lot like Michael Morrissey. I don't understand why in the world you would be investigating my office. This needs to stop. Why would you investigate my office? So far, it's an unspecified crime. Unreal, dude. Both Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler admittedly did not review all pertinent and relevant evidence that exists in this case. Asserted that they did not speak with the defense prior to their testimonies because they're not fucking supposed to, bro, and conducted experimentation and analysis that exceeded the facts and evidence in this case. That's just fucking crazy shit. Like, you don't know that. Nonetheless, the court permitted, there it is right there. Nonetheless, the court permitted both Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler to testify on behalf of the defendant in June 2024. Like, that grandstanding he just did right there with Judge Bev is not a good move, bro. Like, not recommended, my friend. The parameters of the experts' opinions were not provided by the defendant prior to her first trial, and portions of the experts' opinions were not expected nor properly noticed. Furthermore, during the first trial, Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler testified to reviewing information that was not known prior to rendering their opinions, and this was not previously disclosed to the Commonwealth. Furthermore, during the first trial, Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler testified to reviewing information that was not known prior to rendering their opinions, and this was not previously disclosed to the. I don't understand that. Reviewing information that was not known prior to the rendering of their. Okay, what that fucking tells. I mean, if I'm understanding this correctly. Furthermore, during the first trial, Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler testified to reviewing information that was not known prior to rendering their opinions, and this was not previously disclosed to the Commonwealth. That's because, asshole, that it was an investigation into the Commonwealth. It was an investigation into Michael Morrissey, into the man who represents the Commonwealth as far as the law goes. Why the fuck would they share that with him? So what that tells me is that what they're saying is information that exceed the facts in this case. What he means by the facts, what Hank Brennan means by the facts here, is the facts that he sees as facts. The things that he has put together as a case against Karen Reed. So anything that exceeds that can't be credible. Even though, and it's not credible, even though it was conducted by the feds, it's not credible because they didn't share what they were investigating, what crime they were investigating committed by allegedly Michael Morrissey, why they would be investigating him. So this is a bunch of whiny entitlement happening right now. Already we're getting into the spanky hashtag Hanky Brennan, whiny fucking entitlement bullshit that we constantly hear from him. Fascinating, dude. Like, I don't even think he knows he's like this. I don't even think he knows he's like this. Fascinating. So They testified to reviewing information that was not known prior to rendering their opinions, and this was not previously disclosed to the Commonwealth. So what? They're investigating the Commonwealth. That's exactly why. That's it. That's it. You're fucking stupid. Because they're not going to share the information, but they're saying we found stuff. How are they going to properly and thoroughly conduct how the investigation into the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe, how are they going to properly conduct their investigation into that investigation without actually conducting the closest thing to their own investigation into that crime? That would be the best way to do it. I realize what I just said sounds a bit confusing, and I don't even know if I can fucking repeat it. But it's clear to me that the feds, at least the way that I'm looking at it, doesn't mean it's clear to me, but my perspective of it is that in theory, the most effective way to conduct an investigation into an investigation is to conduct their own investigation into the crime that is being investigated, that they're investigating. So yeah. So it's no, I mean, Brennan's whining and bitching right now. And let's keep our ears open here, folks, because remember the last time Lally made it pretty clear that he was trying to fish for information into the Fed's investigation. They're freaking out because they're still an open investigation and they don't know specifically why they're being investigated. But the fact is, I believe that they're investigating a lot of things. If the feds are investigating you for corruption, they're going to get you on all kinds of charges. All kinds of fucking charges. If you're a dirty DA, bro, chances are, and this investigation is taking this long, it's because they're trying to catch you on all kinds of shit. They're trying to throw the fucking book at you. When you're standing there being federally fucking arraigned, they're going to be going 1 count of this, 2 counts of this, 3rd degree this, blah, 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 and go down a fucking list. You think that happens overnight? So I truly believe that this is just a moving part in Michael Morrissey trying to find out why he's being investigated so he can get a step ahead of it. Prior to and during the defendant's trial, the Commonwealth repeatedly moved for reciprocal discovery from the defendant, citing a restraint and inability to comply with Mass Rule 14. The defendant failed to provide the Commonwealth with any discovery from ARCCA, Dr. Wolf, or Dr. Rentschler. To allow the defendant ample time to retain her own experts and to prevent any delays in the April 1st, 2025 trial date, on December 5th, 2024, the Commonwealth renewed its request for discovery, enumerating 13 areas of discoverable materials related to ARCCA LLC from the defendant. Okay. All right. Okay. To allow the defendant ample time to retain her own experts and to prevent any delays in the April 1st, 2025 trial date. So, you see the slick shit he's doing here? If we know that Judge Bev is really pushing for that April 1st date, then Hank Brennan knows it too. And he's catering to this right now. In order to do this, Your Honor, in order to fulfill Your Honor's needs of meeting this April 1st, 2025 trial date, well, what we went ahead and did in order to give her sufficient time to hire her own experts. Commonwealth renewed its request for discovery, enumerating 13 areas of discoverable materials related to ARCCA LLC from the defendant. On January 6, 2025, the Commonwealth notified the court and the defendant of its intention to move to exclude ARCCA and Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler based on their defendant's repeated failure and inability to comply with Mass Criminal 14. To date, the defendant has filed no response nor produced any additional discovery. Okay, fuck you on that additional discovery. First off. Second of all, I don't know why they wouldn't produce a response. I don't think they need to produce a response. And I don't think at this point they need to fight for the right to a defense. I think they've done it twice already, at least, within this same realm of subject here. Because it happened with Dr. Russell, Dr. Russell. It happened with Dr. Russell, and it happened with my man, dude. I already forgot his name, or I'm just having a brain fart. But the phone guy, the 2:27 a.m. guy. I already forgot his name, but great guy. Love the guy. Just forgot his name. Green, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I kept wanting to say Greenwood, and I'm like, I know that's wrong. In my head, I was saying Greenwood, and I'm like, no, I know that's wrong. Green, thank you guys. And so at this point, now, because the ARCCA experts are so important, this is why I'm kind of worried, because I feel like the defense should be filing a motion. If there's any expert that they should be fighting for, it should be the ARCCA experts. But the thing is, though, I'm wondering, again, I'm thinking out loud here. I'm wondering maybe the reason why, maybe it has something to do with the fact that they subpoenaed the ARCCA experts, but they weren't hired experts. They were independently hired. They didn't have anything. The defense had nothing to do with hiring them. They just found out about their investigation and subpoenaed them to testify about their discovery, about the results of their own investigation. Oh, maybe they offered. Yes, I think, but I'm not even sure. Yeah, they might not have even been subpoenaed. Maybe they subpoenaed them just for the sake of being thorough. That's possible. But no, I don't mean, when I say they were subpoenaed, I don't mean to imply that they were forced in any way, that there was any resistance from the ARCCA guys to testify. I don't mean to imply that at all. I'm just saying, I thought that they subpoenaed him. I could be wrong. But I always assumed that if they did subpoena them, it was just for the sake of being thorough. So, right, Kimberly Williams, that's what I was getting at. So I'm wondering if, why would the Commonwealth, maybe the Commonwealth just has no legal grounds to try to exclude the ARCCA experts from testifying. I don't know. This is getting into legal areas that I just don't know. Jimmy, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Jimmy Colanane, you motherfuckers today in your names, man. Jimmy Colanane, I think it's Colanane. So I don't know. I mean, so maybe this is just there's some legal reason, because obviously it's not even an option that Karen Reed's team dropped the ball here. You know what I mean? That's not even up for a possibility. Definitely not a likelihood that Karen Reed's entire team here dropped the ball on filing a response to their motion. So I don't know. And what I don't understand also is, if I remember correctly, when the 3,100-page report, federal report, came out. Well, it never actually came out, but became known that it existed. Both the Commonwealth and the defense have it. See, he's not specifying. Maybe he gets to it later, but Hank Brennan isn't specifying what he asked for here, because this brings me to this. My memory is starting to ping here. So, Liz, thank you so much for being a member for 6 months. That's awesome. Thank you. My memory's starting to ping here, because they got the same report. The defense and the prosecution got the same report. They got all the same information, but they want to list through Judge Bev. They filed a motion through Judge Bev. Brennan did early on. Filed a motion through Judge Bev for the defense to give up witnesses in their investigation, details of the federal investigation into Michael Morrissey. So again, a fishing expedition. But not a fishing expedition to find out what the defense has. It's a fishing expedition to find out what the feds have on Michael Morrissey. But yeah, he was asking for, I remember that shit now. He was asking for witnesses and shit like that, like names of witnesses in the federal investigation that they plan on like, I was like, what? What the fuck makes him think he's entitled to that? And using Karen Reed's defense to do it. This is wild, dude. I can't fucking believe this shit. On December 4th, 2024, the Commonwealth filed a written request for discoverable material from the U.S. Attorney's Office pursuant to blah, 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 January 30th, 2025. The Commonwealth and defense received a response from the U.S. Attorney's Office citing certain federal statutes and regulations that restrict the complete discovery the Commonwealth is entitled to. Wow. So let me get this straight. Commonwealth and defense received a response from the U.S. Attorney's Office. This is on January 30th, 2025. This was last fucking month. Last fucking week. Like, well, not really, but citing certain federal statutes and regulations that restrict the complete discovery of the Commonwealth that the Commonwealth is entitled to. Okay. Citing certain federal statutes and regulations. Federal statutes, okay? Federal, that supersede yours. Federal statutes and regulations saying, we're not giving that shit to you, dude. No, we're not giving you those fucking, we're not giving you fucking witnesses' names. We're not telling you what we're investigating. We're not giving you the details of an investigation because you're not fucking entitled to it. Nobody who's subject to an investigation, nobody who is the subject of an investigation is entitled to know why they're being investigated. They're only entitled to know what they're being charged with once they're being charged, as far as I understand it. So I don't know, dude. I don't know. I remember the feds were fucking investigating Leonardo DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street, and they wouldn't tell him why he was being investigated. You know, even though he was like really pushing for it. Here's a list of everybody in my wedding. Just want you to know that I'm cooperating with you guys anyway. I just can't figure out what you're investigating me for. I don't. Remember that? So this now, for some reason, on these grounds, Hank Brennan thinks this is justifiable to block the ARCCA experts' testimony. What? How? I guess I got to keep reading because I'm not getting it yet. But that's fucking crazy. So because the feds were like, dude, fuck you. We're not telling you. The feds told both the defense and the Commonwealth, listen, fuck you. We're not giving you the details of our investigation. We gave you the report that we were willing to share, and that's it. That's what you got. Okay? Period. It's enough. You'll hear from us when you hear from us. And this is the law that dictates that. That's what happened. And now Hank Brennan is sitting here in this fucking filing whining about it. Like a cunt. Whining about it, thinking that for some reason that justifies blocking the ARCCA experts from testifying in Karen Reed's trial and disclosing and testifying the results of their findings, the details of their findings. That doesn't make any sense. This is fucking crazy. Like, yeah, Hank Brennan, Spanky hashtag Hanky Brennan, has gone full twat. Full twat. That is a thing now. Like it's not even, it's just
Twat.
That's it. He is full on just he is full on just a cunt.
You're a little cunt.
Oi, cunt.
Oh my God, dude. I mean, that's it. Yeah, he's and a cuck too. A total cuck. He's a fucking Michael Morrissey cuck. Like, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. This is unbelievable. This is the most desperate shit I've ever fucking heard in my life. On December 4th, 2024, the Commonwealth filed a written request for discoverable material from the U.S. Attorney's Office pursuant blah, blah, blah. See Exhibit A. January 30th. I already read this. January 30th, the Commonwealth and Defense received a response from the U.S. Attorney's Office citing certain federal statutes and regulations that restrict the complete discovery the Commonwealth is entitled to. Peculiarly, despite the formal 4-page letter received on January 30th, 2025, following the parties' appearance before this court on February 6, 2025, the Commonwealth and Defense received an email from the U.S. Attorney's Office stating that their contract with ARCCA ended on July 31st, 2024. Should either party wish to engage ARCCA for additional analysis, further engagements must not infringe on any federal privileges. Okay. So you got to go talk to them, bro. That's what they're saying. The feds are like, hey, man, go talk to them, dude. As long as it doesn't infringe on our investigation, talk to them about whatever the fuck they want. This is what they're allowed to talk about. Go ahead and ask them about it. Hold on. What page am I on? Okay, hold on. I want to yeah, look at this. I bet you, yeah, Brennan fucking what does the footnote here say? The Commonwealth moves pursuant to trial court rule 8, uniform rules of impoundment procedure, that the two exhibits are filed under seal and impounded with the court. Okay. Fucking Brennan. This guy sucks. Rule 14 demands reciprocal and expert discovery as the proponent of evidence. I'm not doing that this whole time. The defendant bears the full obligations of Rule 14. Yeah, so do you, asshole. The fuck? What do you mean? You do too, you son of a bitch. Provides for an automatic exchange of discovery regarding intended expert opinion evidence. The defendant cannot shield herself from discovery obligations by citing restraints by the U.S. Attorney's Office or by now perhaps claiming to have independently retained ARCCA for additional analysis and producing only a limited portion of expert discovery. Okay, so I get what they're getting at here. I get what this dickhead is getting at. He's trying to say that because they're not providing all of their findings, that their testimony should be excluded. So he's saying that unless we can analyze, if we have our own experts to analyze their methodology in full, in its entirety, well, then their testimony should not be considered credible. And therefore their testimony should be excluded from the trial. Now I don't know about that, but I call bullshit on it. Now, what I do worry about though is it's not even really my worry. It's something that has been brought up by other people who are worried about it, but it's in the back of my mind now because they brought it up. But I'm not exactly worried about it. So Judge Bev so far has ruled in favor of the defense to allow Dr. Russell and Richard Green to testify in this trial. And some people were saying, well, she's only allowing them because I bet you she plans on blocking the ARCCA guys. Now, I'm sure there's not a whole lot of legal substance to that because it's not a law tuber that I ever heard say that. It's just a few people I've seen mention it in chats, and yeah, so I'm not sure. I don't know, but it's there. It's in my mind.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
That's also a great point, period, full stop. She's playing it safe for appeal so experts get in. Okay, that's interesting. Mike B from the 413, could he be poking to see if feds had warrant to hack MSP and NCDAO computers. Is it possible feds gave ARCCA something MSP didn't think anyone can find? Thinking ARCCA couldn't prove shit otherwise. Yeah, see, that's what I think. I think that the feds probably uncovered a lot more in their investigation. And I think that the feds can absolutely prove Karen Reed's innocence beyond a reasonable doubt. I suspect this anyway. I suspect this. Whereas it's not there's no burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt on Karen Reed to do this. But I suspect that the feds conducted a very thorough investigation. And you might be asking, well, why haven't the feds stepped in? Why haven't they put a stop to this if that's the case? Well, maybe because they are collecting evidence. Maybe because this trial and all of this testimony is going to be more evidence. It's really a gold mine of evidence when you really think about it. In theory, it's a gold mine of evidence for a federal case because everything's on record. You can submit something as evidence and go and have someone on the stand and say, didn't you testify under oath in a murder trial, this, and that? And there's it's fish in a barrel. If you've got a conspiracy and everybody's fucking lying about it, you see what I'm saying? So we're not going to get a bunch of fucking indictments from the feds on the McAlberts, including the civil servants who did dirty shit, until after the trial, realistically, because they're going to think about that. Getting those lies caught on record. And then an opportunity for this to happen a second time if they're in cooperation with Karen Reed and her defense team for this, which I would imagine they would be. I don't know, but I would imagine they would be. I would imagine they would have to be. But who knows? Because this is costing Karen Reed a lot of money. You know what I mean? And it's causing her family and her an amount of distress that I can't even visualize. So I'm truly hoping that that's the case and that Karen is just staying vigilant and her family is staying vigilant because they know that this is a means to an end. This is a means to actually getting justice for Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Hopefully. The Commonwealth remains unduly prejudiced by the defendant's delays in providing appropriate discovery and notice to the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth has diligently sought expert discovery from the defendant and U.S. Attorney's Office for approximately 10 months. No, you diligently sought out what Michael Morrissey's being investigated for. That's what you diligently sought out, dude. A second voir dire is not an appropriate remedy, as the defendant has continued to sidestep their discovery obligations. Wow. The Commonwealth is entitled to a fair trial and simply has sought what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is obliged to produce. No, not true. The Commonwealth is entitled to a fair trial and simply has sought what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is obliged to produce. That right there, that line just made me fucking lightheaded. Literally, like I just fucking got lightheaded. I can't fucking believe. I have to hear what a fucking law tuber says about that shit. I can't fucking believe that a prosecutor said those words in a court, in a submitted court document, that the Commonwealth is entitled to a fair trial. I'm really having like a crazy brain fart where I don't understand. I don't like I can't I don't have the words. I don't have the words. All I can do is illustrate my observation right now that I'm hearing a prosecutor state that they're entitled to a fair trial. If that wasn't, that was either just a fucking brilliant display of whiny entitlement, delusional entitlement, or it was a Freudian slip. Basically stating that it's on the defense to provide proof and to provide them with information so that when a trial comes, a federal trial comes, they're ready for it. You realize what trial you're at right now, right? You realize what trial's approaching, Mr. Brennan? You understand that? Because I can't think of either what I'm trying to justify those words made in that motion in this trial. Yeah, but that's not discovery that they're entitled to. Mizzy, good to see you, by the way. It's not discovery that the defense is obligated to produce to the prosecution. Prosecution's not on trial. Karen Reed is. The only party here that is obligated to share discovery or at least has the burden of proof on them. The only person here who's actually on trial and is entitled to a fair trial is Karen Reed. What the fuck's he talking about? The Commonwealth. What does that mean? The Commonwealth is entitled to a fair trial. Oh, I wish I would have caught Melanie Little's fucking reaction to that. I wish I would have caught that. That's crazy, dude. I can't fucking believe he just said that shit. Yeah, it's not a lawsuit. What the fuck is he talking about? Like, what? Dude, if Bev approves this motion, dude, like, yeah, she's just dirty. Like, that's it. That's it. If she blocks the ARCCA experts from testifying, dude, she's dirty. That's it. I'm fucking sure of it. That's the craziest fucking shit I've ever fucking read in my life. In all of the motions that I've ever read, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. That's the craziest thing I've ever read in a motion. Ever. The Commonwealth is entitled to a fair trial. Wow. And simply sought what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is obliged to produce. Get the fuck out of here, dude. The Commonwealth is entitled, again, the word entitled, the Commonwealth is entitled not to repeatedly be ambushed at trial. What? And be permitted to effectively prepare for cross-examination of any witness. Like, dude, even I mean, again, I need a law tuber's fucking perspective here, but even when it comes time for the defense to present their case and call their witnesses, prosecution's not on trial, even in a case where they are presenting a third-party culprit defense. The Commonwealth is on trial. Even the third-party culprit is not on trial in this case. What the fuck is he talking about? Amor Valesi, in all of the motions, in all of the trials. Yeah, for real. Exactly. Thank you. For real, dude. I've never seen that shit before, ever. That shit is glaringly an example of what is wrong with this case and this prosecution. This is fucking wild, man. The Commonwealth remains unduly prejudiced by, okay, I read that. The Commonwealth has diligently sought expert discovery from the defendant and U.S. Attorney's Office for approximately 10 months. A second voir dire is not appropriate remedy as the defendants continued to sidestep their discovery obligations. The Commonwealth is entitled to a fair trial and is simply sought what every criminal defendant in Commonwealth of Massachusetts is obliged to produce. The Commonwealth is entitled not to repeatedly be ambushed at trial and be permitted to effectively prepare for cross-examination of any witness. Strategic decisions do not alleviate a defendant from discovery compliance, and after 10 months, the only appropriate remedy is exclusion. See Commonwealth versus Dranka, blah, blah, blah. This is wild, dude. Strategic decisions do not alleviate a defendant from discovery compliance, and after 10 months, the only appropriate remedy is good to see. What I love about this shit right here is that line right there. Like, it's like Brennan forgets, dude. Like you're it's like you're forgetting. But I don't think you're forgetting. I think you're just trying to pretend like it's not there. But this whole big fucking problem that you got right now of this Sallyport shenanigans, the NVR DVR shenanigans. What's up, Kelly Reed? Good to see you. Those shenanigans. I mean, like you're sitting here talking about obligations from the defense to share discovery, dude. That's amazing. That's amazing. Like I can't imagine a legit judge that wouldn't laugh at this motion. But I'm not a lawyer, so I don't fucking know. But yeah, that's it for that. Wow, dude. Crazy. Okay. I got to go down the list here. Now, here's the defendant's motion to reconsider reciprocal discovery order. I want to make sure. Yeah, I think I can read these in this order, and it's fine. I don't think it matters. So now comes the defendant, Ms. Reed, and respectfully moves this honorable court to reconsider its reciprocal discovery order regarding the defense pretrial production of impeachment evidence related to the Commonwealth's anticipated trial witnesses. As grounds for this motion, the defendant states that production of impeachment evidence prior to witness testimony is not required under Rule 14 and will unduly prejudice the defense by allowing witnesses to tailor their responses to preempt cross-examination. The production of impeachment evidence related to witness proffered by an adverse party is not subject to mandatory disclosure under Rule 14, and in this case would be particularly prejudicial to the defendant given the public nature of the proceedings and the close personal relationships of many of the parties involved. Okay, so remember, Mizzy, you were asking, like, didn't Alan Jackson say that he was going to comply with it or whatever? I think this is him asking her to take that off the table, to reverse that ruling, because they're saying here, Karen Reed's defense is saying here that they're not required. They're not obligated under Rule 14 to share that discovery. And we're going to hear what their argument is. But this is basically what I was saying in theory, reading the last motion. So this is their response to that, I guess. I'm thinking that's what this is. Could be wrong, but that's what I'm gathering so far. Ms. Reed is accused of the following crimes arising out of the death of Officer John O'Keefe: murder in the second degree, manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, and leaving the scene of personal injury and death in violation of blah blah blah. Ms. Reed faced a trial by jury for the above crimes beginning on April 16th, 2024. Prior to the commencement of the trial, the Commonwealth submitted a motion for reciprocal discovery and notice of any experts filed on March 21st, 2024. With this court, paragraph 4 of the Commonwealth's motion requested production from the defendant of any written or recorded statement, as well as any oral statement reduced to writing of any individual whom the Commonwealth intends to call as a witness trial, including but not limited to such statements contained in defense investigator reports or other legal reports. The Commonwealth's motion was allowed by this court, requiring the defendant to turn over evidence intended to be used as impeachment evidence against witnesses called by the Commonwealth, prior to those witnesses being called to testify at trial. On several occasions during various Commonwealth witnesses' testimony at trial, the witnesses subsequently tailored their testimony and included details which had not previously been discussed to account for the impeachment evidence turned over by the defense. For example, at trial on May 21st, I'm glad that they're going to give example because I'm a little lost. I think I know what they're talking about, but I'm a little lost. For example, at trial on May 21st, 2024, Jennifer McCabe testified for the prosecution. During cross-examination, Ms. McCabe testified that on January 30th, 2022, the day after John O'Keefe had been found in front of 34 Fairview Road, she went to the house of Canton Police Lieutenant Michael Lank. Okay. May 21st, 2024's reporter's transcript, blah, blah, blah. Prior to this testimony, Ms. McCabe had never disclosed publicly or in any report or witness interview even when asked directly about her meetings and conversations in the days and weeks following January 29, 2022, that she visited the house of one of the responding officers, 234 Fairview Road, Ms. McCabe, and don't forget, Mr. Lank, his name comes up in the Sandra Birchmore case too. Ms. McCabe, who is friendly with Mike Lank and knew of him growing up, testified that she could have been at Lieutenant Lank's house for an hour. After initially denying having entered Lieutenant Lank's house during the hour that she was present, she then remarked how she might have ran in to go to the bathroom. When asked why she had never testified to this incident before, Ms. McCabe responded, "I guess I never thought of it." The only time Ms. McCabe claimed to have discussed this meeting with anyone related to the case was at the DA's office with Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, Steve Nelson, and Trooper Brian Tully. Ms. McCabe confirmed that the meeting with the prosecution, she was specifically asked about her meeting at Lieutenant Lank's home, something which she has never revealed, and about which she had previously been questioned. So she wasn't even ever questioned about this shit. Okay? So they're talking about that time that it first comes up at trial. When she's testifying, it first comes up. Even though she testified at the grand jury, even though she never gave a statement stating that she did this, but she went to Lank's house, Michael Lank's house, for an hour. And she said that she waited outside, that she sat outside because, you know, Carrie Roberts is a talker. And that's why it took so long, because Carrie Roberts is a talker. So to me, that's fascinating. Carrie Roberts is a talker, and then she might have ran in to go to the bathroom. Okay. This is just one of the many inconsistencies in just Jen McCabe's testimony. So it's really important that a lot of the shit that the defense plans to bring up gets brought up in this trial. At trial, she saved this information for cross-examination. After questioning Ms. McCabe about a different topic, Attorney Jackson asked Ms. McCabe, did anything significant happen on January 30th in connection with this case? Any meetings, any get-togethers, anything that you can think of, right? Ms. McCabe responded, I went to the O'Keefe's house. Attorney Jackson followed up, other than that, anything else? In response to this open-ended question without any indication from Attorney Jackson regarding the answer he was seeking, Ms. McCabe volunteered this thorough answer. And we will get to that in just a moment.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
Thank you so much, Free Karen Reed 2024. I think you got to change your handle name. 2025 now. Channel 5 reporting right now. Defense seeking more discovery and a new text revealed from Proctor. I think I have that. Hold on a second. Let me check something here real quick. Where is that shit? No, not that. Not that. Not that. I know I saw it, and I know I clicked on it because I planned on going over it. And I'm just not seeing it right now. It's very annoying. but it was a news story in regards to what I was planning to discuss here. And it was not the court TV. I wanted to maybe go over that too, but I don't know if we'll have, I mean, technically I can just go as long as I want here, but I will at the very least I will fulfill the 3 hours that I usually do. That's yesterday. Hold on. Yeah, and this is a little unrelated, but since I'm here, this is what I was going to go over. But I guess I thought I was going to go over something to that effect, but I guess not.
Karen Reed is considering taking one of her legal fights to federal court. This after the highest court in Massachusetts refused to dismiss 2 of her charges. The SJC released its much anticipated ruling today. As Ted Daniel explains, this is a win for the Norfolk County District Attorney.
The SJC's ruling means Karen Reed's retrial will go forward, and she'll face the same 3 charges she did the first time around. The SJC determined retrying Reed on those charges is not double jeopardy.
If the SJC rules in our favor, that'd be a big win. But day to day, Ted, we don't plan on that.
In her sit-down interview with Boston 25.
See, that kind of goes to the point that I was making early on in the live that we started here. That goes to that point. We're not worried about that. You know what I mean? We were hoping for it, sure, but we were already prepared for the worst. We are focused on Karen Reed. We understand the severity, not the way that that somebody with a law degree would, but we understand the severity of the SJC because we know what's wrong with what happened there. We know exactly what's wrong with what happened there. But we were not counting on this. We're too focused on what's going to happen and being prepared for what happens at trial. So that's why we're not so, oh my God, how could the SJC do this? It is what it is right now, and we got to move forward. But yeah, it's interesting to hear Karen Reed confirm that.
25 days before the SJC decision, Karen Reed appeared to predict the outcome.
We had issues with the verdict slip at the 11th hour. So this has helped us sort that out in advance of the second trial. So it has served a purpose, even if it's not the best outcome with the SJC.
The SJC ruled Judge Beverly Cannoni was correct when she refused to drop Reed's second-degree murder and leaving the scene of a deadly crash charges.
I think you say that there was a unanimous decision made by the jury.
In November, Reed's appellate attorney, Martin Weinberg, argued that her jury was only deadlocked on the manslaughter charge before a mistrial was declared. The SJC ruling states, only after being discharged did some individual jurors communicate a different supposed outcome. And because the jury did not publicly affirm the defendant was not guilty of the charges, there was no acquittal. Former Suffolk County prosecutor turned defense attorney Phil Tracy says he's not surprised by the SJC's decision.
The sanctity of the jury system is at stake here. They don't want to fiddle with that or leave cracks open for future cases.
In a statement, attorney Weinberg says double jeopardy is a federal constitutional right, and he is considering taking this appeal to federal court. The Norfolk DA's office declined to comment on the decision. I'm Ted Daniel for your local station, Boston 25 News.
You heard some of Ted's conversation with Karen.
Okay. All right. Back to this. And here is Miss McCabe's thorough answer. Let me just get to this. I'll repeat the question. This is the remember. Other than that, anything else in response to this open-ended question? Basically, so Jackson goes, did you have any meetings? Anything significant? Did you go anywhere significant on January 30th, the day after the day in question? Did you go anywhere? Did you meet with anyone? Anything of significance that you might want to share with the court? And then she volunteered. This is during cross-examination. She volunteered this answer. On the way home, Carrie Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank, so we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's wife came out of the house. Him and Carrie are friends, and she, jumped in the car and was consoling Carrie and asks how the O'Keefes were doing, and, we talked to her. This extremely detailed and comprehensive explanation as an answer to Attorney Jackson's open-ended question, accompanied by Ms. McCabe's testimony that she had been asked about this meeting by Mr. Lally at the DA's office, leads to the inescapable inference that Ms. McCabe was prepared for this impeachment question in advance of trial. Okay, before I get to that, let's read that one more time. On the way home, Carrie Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank, so we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's right. So look at the entire scope of this. What they're trying to paint the picture of is she was really dismissive here. At the trial, she saved this information for cross-examination. After questioning Ms. McCabe about a different topic, Attorney Jackson, did anything significant happen? Anything significant happened on January 30th in connection with this case? Any meetings, any get-togethers, anything that you can think of? And her response was, I went to the O'Keefe's house. Right? That's all she said. I went to the O'Keefe's house. And only gave that much information, clearly hoping, that's how I'm observing it, clearly hoping that Jackson would move on and then she wouldn't have to say that she went to Lank's house. But her response, her extremely detailed and almost, seemingly fucking rehearsed response it indicates that the evidence that the defense had that they shared with the Commonwealth used it to prep Jen McCabe for her testimony, which, in theory, not a lawyer, sounds really fucking unethical. Think about that shit for a second. Because they're not supposed to use that information for that. She was trying to avoid the issue altogether. And the way that she answered that was really coming off like a just in case he pushes you, this is what you tell him. But avoid it. Don't lie and say you didn't go to Lank's house. But if you feel cornered, this is what you say. And Jen McCabe isn't supposed to know that the defense knows that she went to Lank's house. But she knew prior, allegedly. On the way home, Carrie Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank, so we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house. And she's looking at the jury when she does this. I remember this. And Mike's wife came out of the house. Him and Carrie are friends. She, jumped in the car and was consoling Carrie and asked how the O'Keefes were doing. And, we talked to her. Wow. This extremely detailed and comprehensive explanation as an answer to Attorney Jackson's open-ended question, accompanied by Ms. McCabe's testimony that she had been asked about this meeting by Mr. Lally at the DA's office, leads to the inescapable inference that Ms. McCabe was prepared for this impeachment question in advance of trial. That was only possible because, in compliance with the court's impeachment evidence reciprocal discovery order, the defense had turned over location data obtained from Ms. McCabe's cell phone to the prosecution on May 6, 2024. This location data showed that Ms. McCabe was indeed present at Lieutenant Lank's personal home for approximately 45 minutes on January 30th, 2022. Although the Commonwealth did not elicit this information during direct examination, Ms. McCabe had clearly been prepared for the question on cross-examination as a result of the defense production of impeachment evidence. Now, I feel like they're going to have a hard time proving that, but let me see. Free Karen Reed 2024. Thank you. Ironic that she could answer that question in great detail, but other basic questions were either I don't remember, I don't recall, or she asked to see the report. Can I see the report, please? Right. Totally. Because she would have absolutely denied going to Michael Lank's house unless she knew that her phone pinged there. So, I mean, yeah. She knew that her phone pinged there. Clearly, she would have lied and denied ever going there because she tried to avoid it. That's fucking wild, dude. She tries to avoid it, and then she volunteers this very detailed answer. I mean, if she really, think about it. She acted like she didn't remember, but she could have been like, well, yeah, that's it. And then waited for Alan Jackson, called his bluff, and Alan Jackson to go, hey, she's a bad liar. She's not even a good liar. Hey, so can you explain that your phone pinged for 45 minutes at blah, 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 blah? Right? Your phone pinged at Michael Lank's house. And she would have been like, oh, okay. Well, shit, if it did, then okay, yeah. I wasn't sure if it was that day, but yeah, we went over there because Carrie, blah, 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 blah. And then her friend, blah, 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 blah. Bullshit. Same bullshit story.
I don't know how to respond to that.
That's because you're an asshole. SIRI. I didn't summon you. Yeah, this is just fucking crazy, dude. Another example occurred at trial on May 28th, 2024, when PF testified for the prosecution. PF, who was 11 years old at the time of Mr. O'Keefe's death and 13 years old at the time of his testimony, described his experiences with the defendant. During a SANE interview on February 22nd, 2022, PF had testified about an incident with the defendant wherein that at least one witness likely violated the sequestration order with the knowledge of the prosecution. Now, this is John's nephew. That testified. Turtle Boy was in the chat, and Turtle Boy was in the jury. Jesus Christ. Turtle Boy was in the press area for this portion of the trial. And I remember when this happened, I remember thinking that Lally was an absolute piece of shit for making this kid testify. And Turtle Boy was live last night, and I think he went over this, and then he went over a video. Now I don't think he showed the video; he just played the audio. But I think they're going to go into this here a little bit. But yeah, this is crazy. Just I just remember when this kid testified. I was really mad, and I will never forget David Yannetti's disgust when he commented about it. I could just hear and feel the genuine disgust that he was feeling from that child being put on the stand in this fucking farce, this sham. On July 1st, 2024, prosecution witness Trooper Michael Proctor sent a text message to Assistant District Attorney. Okay, so July 1st, 2024, trial's over. Sent a text message to Assistant District Attorney, Assistant District Attorney Adam Lally that stated, yeah, didn't watch asshole Jackson's closing for good reason. Like all of us, the anticipation and anxiety of verdict has us all on edge. What? Text message to Lally from July 1st, 2024, subject to protective order due to personal identifying information. So yeah, that's all right. It's yeah, gotcha. But it says here that Proctor, the same guy who via text message completely and totally degraded and insulted Karen Reed, says that he hoped that she kills herself, and says all of these horrible, degrading things about her. And she's the subject of an investigation. So he clearly has personal feelings towards her. And then sends this message to Lally. Now I wonder what else is on that text thread. I find that interesting. Like, what a fucking idiot. And he sends this to the lead prosecutor in the trial that just wrapped up. Yeah, I didn't watch asshole Jackson's closing for good reason. Like all of us, the anticipation, anxiety of a verdict has us all on edge. Why did it have you on edge? I don't understand why it had you on edge. It had us on edge because we didn't know what was going to fucking happen. We didn't know if the jury was being fucked with. We didn't know anything. Mr. Proctor's message suggests that his decision not to watch the proceedings on July 1st, 2024 was not out of effort to abide by the sequestration order, but was instead related nature of the defense closing argument itself. The message implies that Mr. Proctor had been following the trial online and simply skipped the defense closing argument because he does not like Attorney Jackson. Even absent this admission, the unique nature of this case, including pervasive media coverage and real-time streaming of the in-court proceedings during trial, creates opportunity and temptation for witnesses to watch the testimony of others in violation of the sequestration order. The risk of even inadvertent witness exposure to trial testimony such that witnesses would alter their testimony or anticipate otherwise unexpected impeachment material would be cured by the court modifying the reciprocal discovery order to exclude defense impeachment material. Now, I don't know if I'm reading that correctly, So I guess the sequestration order, what they're talking about here is that they're not allowed to talk about the trial. Right? Now, but I don't know. Like, the trial was already wrapped up, right? So I'm not understanding fully like how this is in violation. Yeah, like I just don't know where something happened that, because obviously the defense is saying that there's a reason why Lally and Proctor should not be texting each other. July 1st was the day of deliberation. Oh, thank you, Kelly Reed. I appreciate that. Thank you. That makes a lot more sense. So the trial is still on. Why the fuck are they texting each other? The jury hasn't reached a verdict yet. Why the fuck are they texting each other about the trial? Yeah, Proctor was a witness. He can't be fucking texting with Lally back and forth. Okay, sorry. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Because for some reason I thought the trial was over, but the trial's technically still on. Like, the jury's just decided to decided. The jury was just deliberating. That was the first day of deliberations. Dude, I don't know what the fuck. No, you cannot see me as in court as a lawyer. I hope you're being sarcastic, because I'm fucking lost. I mean, I've got it now, but I was fucking lost like a minute ago. Yeah, this is fucking crazy, dude. Why the fuck is Lally texting with fucking Michael Proctor, dude? Because what that does is that implies that Lally is perfectly aware of him violating this. He's not supposed to be watching the trial. He's not supposed to be watching it, and he's not supposed to be talking to anybody about it. So the way it comes off is that Lally texted him and be like, yo, homie, did you see that fucking line of bullshit from Jackson in that closing? That's where it comes off. Is that Lally texted fucking Proctor, yo, Mikey, yo, did you see that shit? What an asshole. Like, what? Dude, why isn't this case being thrown the fuck out? But I guess this is all, again, all of this stuff, people, is prelude to a motion for dismissal. All of this shit. Make no mistake. Like, this is stuff that's going to come up in trial. But right now, it's one step at a time. Right? So, I'm sorry, buddy. So, right now, I feel like, as I stated last night when I was live, I was talking about how everything seems to be these moving parts, these moving pieces to line up to make the perfect motion for dismissal, where Judge Beverly Cannoni cannot deny this, but probably will anyway. And they are preparing for this. That's totally what's coming, how this is coming through to me. La La Land, thank you so much. That's why Lally needs to be a witness. Right. And this is why I think they brought Betterow on. One of the reasons why they probably brought Betterow on. Because Betterow is going to write. Please. Oh my God. Please, 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 please. Let me say a prayer real quick. Please. Let there be a very beautiful worded Betero letter stating that they intend to put Adam Lally on the stand if they do not comply, if they do not drop these charges. Amen. No, okay, yeah, God, I'm done. Thank you. Okay, we'll talk later. All right, bye. Yeah, I'm really hoping that happens. I'm like loving this shit. Loving this shit. This is unreal, dude. Defense to be able to properly confront prosecution witnesses with impeachment material without giving those witnesses the ability to devise a way to incorporate the material into their revised testimony. And again, this also gives the indication that Lally is in contact with witnesses when he fucking shouldn't be, which means that why would we not believe that Adam Lally is perfectly capable and likely prepping these witnesses and sharing information with these witnesses that is unethical for him to share with them, which makes cross-examination to be impossibly effective. Wow, dude. Yeah. So all right. I see what the strategy is here. Thank you, Kelly Reed. Once the date, once I got the date and I visualized it being the first day of jury deliberations, I was like, oh shit, okay, now all this shit is fucking all right. Yeah, this is all kinds of fucked up. When the defense has impeached material it intends to use at trial, the presumption should be that it is not discoverable before the trial because generally a defendant need not reveal his defense. The defense does acknowledge that allowing the defendant to withhold evidence against a witness who is certain to be called to testify would undermine the discovery rules and allow attorneys to return to trial by ambush. Theatrics do not accord with our discovery process. That forceful quote, however, is inapposite to the present issue. After all, the defense is not requesting to withhold impeachment evidence until the very moment that the evidence would be sprung upon the witness on the stand. Rather, in an effort to avoid impropriety rather than create it, the defense merely requests to withhold impeachment evidence until after the witness has testified to direct examination, such that the witness cannot unfairly preempt the confrontation. Once the witness's testimony is recorded, the defense would produce the relevant impeachment evidence that they intend to use upon cross-examination to the prosecution so that they can adequately prepare for redirect examination. As a matter of procedural posture, as the court and parties are well aware, Ms. Reed is facing a retrial as a result of an initial mistrial. Nearly all of the civilian law enforcement witnesses that will be called in this matter have already testified at least once and sometimes 3 or more times under oath, either during the state grand jury proceedings, federal grand jury proceedings, or during the first trial. Now, remember, there were federal grand jury proceedings already, and these cops testified there. And some of these cops were proven to have lied at the federal grand jury testimony, at the federal grand jury. And this was proven during Karen Reed's trial. Now, in a nutshell, what I think they're going for here in a nutshell, they're basically saying, hey, please lift this order because we can't trust the Commonwealth to be, and this is why we can't trust the Commonwealth with certain parts of this discovery, because they're going to use it to prep witnesses, and it's going to fuck up our cross-examination. And Karen Reed's right to effectively have these witnesses cross-examined. So you're fucking with her civil rights, because the Commonwealth cannot be trusted with this information. They're going to use it unethically. They're going to weaponize it. And they're going to use it to prep witnesses that are going to be cross-examined. And that is just plain wrong. All right, you guys see I'm on board now? I'm on track, guys, I promise. The only witness who appear to have not testified to this point would be a small number of experts who may yet be subject to voir dire. To the extent the defense sought to maintain any element of surprise, and the defense would suggest that Ms. Reed has been far more forthcoming than most criminal defendants prior to her first trial. Much of that surprise has been foiled. What the defense requests now, that the court not order the defense to produce impeachment material, will aid in balancing the need for reciprocal disclosure contemplated by Rule 14 with the need for remedial discovery measures to protect the defendant's right to a fair trial. Now, I have a question. This is a question for an attorney. This would be a question for an attorney, but hold on a second. Did that just drop? Oh no, I already have this. Yeah, you already sent this to me, Cherry. Thank you. I'm pretty sure, but okay. Thank you. Damn it. Now I forgot what I was going to fucking say. Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. And it was kind of important too. It was an important thought, and I didn't want to fucking forget. Okay. Oh, I had a question for an attorney that's starting to refresh my memory. Hold on. I got it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Who was that? Kate. Thank you so much, Kate, for refreshing my memory. The question that I have for an attorney would be, is Karen Reed already obligated to share this impeachment, these impeachment materials? Are they already obligated to do that, or does Judge Bev did she actually have to order it? That's what I would love to know. Like, are they already obligated to? Or is the defense actually asking for a special decision to be made here where they lift it? Because I would think that if they're already not under Rule 14 obligation to share this, well, I mean, I guess they already did state that. I read that already. They're saying that they're not obligated under Rule 14 to share this. So why is Judge Bev ordering it? That's what I don't understand. And I guess, okay, this is probably the discovery that Mizzy was talking about Alan Jackson, that was like, yeah, that Alan Jackson was like, sure, yeah, I'll share that, whatever, no problem. I think that's what Mizzy was talking about. But now they filed this motion going, no, dude. If we give this shit up, they're gonna misuse it, and we're not obligated under Rule 14 to share it in the first place. So that's why we're asking you to lift this decision. The preemption of impeachment materials by prosecution witnesses is unfair because the record clearly demonstrates that the witnesses discussed above, including PF, Lieutenant Lank, Jennifer McCabe, and Mr. Proctor, either prepared for impeachment evidence prior to testifying and changed their testimony from earlier occasions, or likely violated the sequestration order of this court. There it is in a nutshell. The defense is requesting that the court modify the order for reciprocal discovery only to the extent necessary to prevent prosecution witnesses from using pretrial production of impeachment evidence to tailor their responses. As the interest of justice require, blah, 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 whether the aforementioned violations are characterized as violations of the discovery order or the sequestration order, the court is empowered to impose sanctions ahead of Ms. Reed's trial to remediate the threat of injustice under either scheme. Okay. Finally, the defense is not requesting the court for permission to engage in trial by ambush, nor to engage in theatrics. The effectiveness of cross-examination often depends on being able to surprise a witness. Right. There you go. Particularly, so basically what's going on here is Judge Bev has ordered them, has basically granted the prosecution the freedom to prepare their witnesses for anything that's going to happen in cross-examination, and calling it ambushing if she does otherwise. You can't let the defense ambush our witnesses in cross-examination. But the element of surprise, Karen has the right to have that element of surprise when cross-examining those witnesses. That's what they're arguing. And so they're trying to say, oh, well, we're not trying to fucking ambush anybody or create theatrics. That's fucking crazy. We're not trying to do that. So this is actually a big deal. They need this. I mean, not really, but the thing is like, the prosecution needs it. The prosecution needs this advantage. The prosecution needs this call from the ref in order to even stand a prayer, which is to cheat. The prosecution needs Bev to give them a license to cheat. So they have a prayer in this case, in this trial. And so technically, what Karen Reed's defense team is asking for in this motion is for her to lift that right to cheat, because they're not obligated to share these things with them. They're not obligated to fucking give them yards in the field. Why don't they have to fucking barrel through and earn those yards like any other team? Why is Scott Messerschmidt, why is she basically ordering the defense to show their cards to the prosecution when they're not obligated to? They're not obliged to. Finally, the defense is requesting the court for permission to engage in trial by ambush, nor is not requesting for the permission to engage in trial by ambush, nor to engage. The effectiveness of cross-examination often depends on being able to surprise a witness, particularly an accusing witness. Exactly. So why wouldn't she have the right to have that element of surprise against somebody who is accusing? If the defendant is innocent until proven guilty, why wouldn't that person have the right to have the element of surprise to catch the person accusing them on a lie? Why wouldn't the defense have that right? Why wouldn't the defendant have the right to have the ability to catch their accuser on a lie? That's what this boils down to. Cut all the fat, which is all the legal jargon and shit. That's what this boils down to. That's crazy that Bev even let that shit happen in the first place. That went completely over my head. A second trial following state and federal grand juries in an extensive first trial can hardly be called trial by ambush. To the contrary, the amendments requested by the defense will permit the jury to assess for themselves the reliability of a witness's memory or whether an accuser is truthful. Exactly. The defense is simply requesting a fair and equal opportunity for each party to confront adverse witnesses with impeachment evidence without each witness being able to review such material and alter their responses accordingly. Beautifully put there. It's fucking crazy. I'm already 2.5 hours and I'm not done yet. This is going to be a minute. I might even have to run upstairs and grab another pack of smokes because I'm almost out. But we're here, y'all. We're hanging out. That's it. We're going over this because I'm fucking. This is crazy. Oh, because I don't drink at home, Meg P. When I'm out of town, I'm chilling, you know. Then I'm drinking, you know, here and there. But you know, I like to chill. I like to feel turnt. But not at home. I don't do that at home. I used to, but not. I haven't in, you know. I mean, on the very, very rare occasion, I think I've maybe drank at home 3 times in the last fucking year. Yeah, New Year's Eve, yeah. But I mean, it was New Year's Eve, you know. All right. So here's the defendant's Rules 14 and 17 motion for court order authorizing defense access to the Lexus and Traverse and to the driveway at One Meadows Avenue in Canton to conduct independent testing and analysis. I guess this must be the story that Free Karen Reed 2024 was talking about in her super chat in regards to the Channel 5 story. Now comes the defendant, Karen Reed, and respectfully moves this honorable court, to grant the defense access to the 2021 Lexus, as well as the 2019 Chevy Traverse for independent examination and testing by defense expert witness Robert O'Neill. She's going to deny this. I'm telling you right now, she's going to deny this. You know why she's going to fucking deny it? Because it's going to take time. And she's pushing for this to start at April 1st. And with this to properly happen, there's no way this trial is going to start on April 1st. She's going to deny this shit. Forrest Dump, thank you so much. Anybody seen the post with Yuri's brother Bo on a trip with Kevin and Brian Albert, the Dukes of Hazzard? Looking at you again, Yuri. No, I have not seen that. Is that a Turtle Boy post? Most likely. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you right now, I'm calling it. Bev's gonna deny this motion. I don't even have to fucking read it, but I'm gonna read it. But I'm telling you, she's gonna deny it. And just for the simple reason that she is so hell-bent on this going to starting on April 1st, that this is gonna for the defense to properly examine, for their experts to properly examine Karen Reed's vehicle alone. Much less Karen Reed's and John O'Keefe's and the driveway. I mean, and if I had to guess, I'd say the whole reason is to prove that her taillight cracked, most likely on John O'Keefe's vehicle. So Bev's going to deny this shit. I'm calling it. But let's read it anyway. Ms. Reed requests that the court order that Mr. O'Neill be given brief access to the collision incident locus, the driveway at 1 Meadows Avenue in Canton, Massachusetts, to collect necessary photographs, measurements, and scans of the area. I mean, maybe it wouldn't take that long. I don't know. As grounds for this motion, Ms. Reed states that these vehicles are currently and have been in the exclusive control of the Commonwealth. That is fucking true. Justice requires that the defense have equitable access to these vehicles to create an independent scientific reconstruction of the collision. Further, Ms. Reed requests that the court issue, and this is also, if I'm speculating here, but this is probably also just in case the ARCCA guys can't testify. They have their own expert as well, or just on top of the ARCCA experts, have this expert and his testimony stating that well, that's the thing, is the ARCCA experts didn't explore probably the Chevy Traverse or the driveway. So he's probably going to testify, like I said, just based on that. Again, I'm thinking out loud, guys. So when my mind goes in circles like that, I apologize. Further, Ms. Reed requested that this court issue a court order and subpoena for additional daytime footage from the home security system, from the home security camera. And it's weird because they never had access to those vehicles. I don't even think ARCCA had access to those vehicles. So I think it's weird that Karen Reed's defense never had any access to Karen Reed's vehicle, where their own expert could examine it. Vinnie Politan wasn't upset about anything. I don't buy that fucking dog and pony show for a second. Stop it. Massachusetts should adopt the standards articulated by the federal courts regarding the issuance of subpoena for the production of documentary evidence. The additional security footage will allow the defense to analyze the quality of the recordings that this camera captures more thoroughly and to compare the daytime footage with the existing dark, snowy footage of the collision. Mr. O'Neill also seeks brief access to Mr. O'Keefe's driveway in order to visualize the incident location, take measurements, and conduct scans of the area. This access will contribute to an accurate reconstruction of the collision incident and would help to satisfy Ms. Reed's constitutional right to present all the necessary evidence in her defense. So yeah, they want this expert to focus on whether or not Karen Reed actually hit John O'Keefe's vehicle backing out of the driveway. And they want to analyze, they want him to analyze the ring camera footage, as well as the vehicles to establish this. Miss Reed is accused of following crimes, blah, 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 blah. We don't need to read all that in order to save time. We have a lot of motions to go through, folks. The Commonwealth, via the Massachusetts State Police, conducted multiple rounds of vehicle testing, processing analysis, and collision reconstruction without informing the defense of their plans to do so. On February 3rd, 2022, the Massachusetts State Police were given access to the driveway at the Meadows Avenue in order to complete forensic tests and photograph the scene. After the Commonwealth took possession of the vehicles, they conducted multiple further accident reconstructions and analyses, including as recently as July 24th, 2024. Inexplicably, the Massachusetts State Police conducted some of these tests in the presence of the descendant's brother, Paul O'Keefe, and his friend, Brennan Kane, both of whom were civilians. What the fuck? These tests were completed without alerting the defense and solely according to the Commonwealth and state police's timelines. Holy shit. What the fuck am I reading right now? Dude. Since the fuck when is a victim's family and his homie allowed to fucking hang out during these testings of evidence? Why are they even allowed around the fucking evidence? What the fuck am I reading right now? Oh my God, dude. Kelly Reed, I'm so glad that you're here. Because half of that rage was me thinking that I'm fucking crazy again. Dude, picture that fucking scenario, dude. Paul O'Keefe and his frumpy ass hanging out while the Massachusetts State Police experts conduct testing of evidence in this case. And his homie that's just chilling. Who the fuck is this guy? Who the fuck is this guy? That is fucking crazy. I have never heard of that shit in my life. Dude, I swear, I thought we had all the information as to how the evidence was mishandled in this case. And now you've got the victim's fucking brother and his buddy just kicking it, supervising, hanging out near the evidence. That's the most unprofessional, unethical, fucked up shit. Yes, the same Paul O'Keefe who sends messages, drunk messages to Turtle Boy saying, I'm going to see you in jail. Your kids are going to have to live with you being in prison. And they're letting this guy around the evidence. The fuck? The same guy that addressed Karen Reed after the trial, walking out of the courtroom, saying something to the effect of, we're not done with you yet, or some shit. Think maybe he might be a little biased? I don't know. And this guy's allowed to hang around the fucking evidence? Dude, I would be demanding any fucking video footage of that shit. Going, we need to know that this guy didn't touch anything. I want to see video footage of this guy at least fucking wearing booties and gloves. But even still, he shouldn't fucking be around it. He is arguably the most biased fucking person in this whole thing. Dude, I can't even, dude. I can't fucking even, dude. The argument here, the defense has a constitutional and statutory right of access to the vehicles and security camera footage in the collision location. She has a statutory right to it. Let's see. Ms. Reed requests access to the Lexus, the Chevrolet, the daytime security footage, and the collision location. The defense has a right to access and independently test this relevant and material physical evidence. The fact that this wasn't done in the first trial is mind-blowing to me. They probably just didn't feel like they needed to. They probably felt that the video evidence was enough. I mean, there's fucking video evidence of her car backing into the fucking Chevy Traverse. The due process clauses of the federal Constitution and the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights require that the Commonwealth disclose to a defendant material exculpatory evidence in its possession or control. Ms. Reed's right to access to this evidence is just that, a right, not a matter of discretion. Discussing a defendant's rights of access to an independent test of evidence, that's what those cases that they're citing here say. Fairness certainly requires giving defense counsel prompt access to all material and information in the possession of the Commonwealth and permitting tests of such materials to be conducted at public expense if necessary. The prosecution shall disclose to the defense and permit the defense to discover, inspect, and copy material and relevant tangible objects. This right originates from constitutional law at both the state and federal levels. Federally, the right to independent access to evidence arises from the Due Process Clause of the United States Constitution. Describing the Supreme Court's development of the area of constitutionally guaranteed access to evidence as a safeguard to due process rights. Okay, so basically they're just citing a bunch of cases and laws that illustrate clearly, thoroughly, that Ms. Reed is entitled to fair and independent access to this evidence under the United States Constitution, the Massachusetts Constitution, and the Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure. Commonwealth claims that pieces of the right taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus broke off and were left at 34 Fairview Road on the night of Mr. O'Keefe's death. Security camera footage from One Meadows Avenue shows the back of Miss Reed's Lexus colliding with the parked Chevrolet early in the morning of January 29th, 2022. Whether the Lexus taillight was broken in that collision is crucial evidence and material to Ms. Reed's defense. Ms. Reed has a fundamental right to access these vehicles' daytime security footage from that same home security camera and the location of the collision in order to conduct independent forensic testing. Further, in light of the state police's unexplained choice to have the descendant's brother and friend, both civilians, present during official forensic testing, Ms. Reed respectfully requests that the oh man, that chaps my ass to have to hear them say respectfully request. Fuck that. Demands that any members of the Commonwealth's team, and especially the O'Keefe's family, not be permitted within 200 feet of the vehicles while the defense expert, Mr. O'Neill, conducts his testing analysis. You think Ms. Reed understands that it may not be possible to conduct a fully independent testing because the vehicles are in the custody of the Commonwealth, but fairness requires that the analysis be kept private from those who might want to prematurely glean insight from our findings. Hence the last motion that I read. Regarding access to the traverse and the driveway at the Meadows Avenue, and the defense has met the requirements of Rule 17. Hold on. I need a remedy for a second here because I am just fucking.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Uncle Fredo, thank you, buddy. We are fucking outraged, but we will prevail. Free Karen Reed. Absolutely. I completely agree. Completely and totally agree. The Supreme Judicial Court in Commonwealth versus Lampron, as quoted in Commonwealth versus Dreyer, established 4 criteria a defendant must satisfy when seeking the production of material under Rule 17. The party moving to subpoena documents to be produced before trial must establish good cause, satisfied by a showing that the documents are evidentiary and relevant. 2, that they are not otherwise procurable reasonably in advance of trial by exercise of due diligence. 3, that the party cannot properly prepare for trial without such production and inspection in advance of trial, and that the failure to obtain such inspection may tend unreasonably to delay the trial. And 4, that the application is made in good faith and is not intended as a general fishing expedition. Once the 4 criteria are established by a motion and accompanying affidavit, the court deciding the motion follows the remaining Lampron-Dwyer protocols. Blah, 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 blah. Conclusion: for the foregoing reasons and in the interest of fairness, Ms. Reed respectfully requests that the Honorable Court grant her motion in line for access to the above-mentioned vehicles, the home security camera footage, and the locus of collision incident. Now, should Judge Bev grant this motion? Abso-fucking-lutely, without question. Will she? I don't think so. I don't believe so. I don't have any fucking reason to believe she would. Why the fuck would I believe that? Why the fuck would I believe that? That's fucking crazy. See what this one is. Dude, I got a bunch of these here. Okay, so now we've got James Crosby, the motion from the defense to exclude James Crosby's testimony, who's a witness for the Commonwealth here. Oh, I love it. You change your name to Lauleen. Lauleen. Telling you that's your name from now on. That's it. Lauleen. Now comes the defendant, Ms. Karen Reed, Ms. Reed, and respectfully moves this honorable court to exclude the testimony of James W. Crosby. Hold on. Yeah. All right. James W. Crosby, PhD, MS PhD, concerning the medical cause of injuries to the right arm of the descendant, John O'Keefe. Okay, so this guy is there to testify that they were not dog bites. Exclusion of the testimony is compelled because it fails each of the 2 main prongs of the Daubert-Lanigan inquiry, qualifications and methodology. That is, Dr. Crosby is not qualified to render the opinions he proffers. I love this shit. The defense is fighting fire with fire here. It is undisputed that he is not a medical doctor. He thus fails per se the crucial. Wait, it is undisputed that he is not a medical doctor. What? Okay, so wait a second. He's not a medical doctor? So why the fuck is he trying to determine whether what makes him an expert qualified to fucking testify that those were not dog bites? Does he have a PhD in dog bites? Yeah, I'm going to read that next, Kelly Reed. Does he have, I mean, does he have a degree in dog bites? Is he a dog bite doctor? Dr. Russell is. Is he? I don't think so. I mean, Dr. Russell's as close as they come to it. It is undisputed that he is not a medical doctor. He thus fails, per se, the crucial qualifications inquiry of the Daubert-Lanigan standard. This failure is not curable. In addition, the methodology. So this is so funny. What the fuck? So hold on. Let me get through the sentence. In addition, the methodology that he invokes in his report is not reliable. I love this shit. Dude, Brennan is fucking killing me, bro. Hashtag Hanky. You're killing me, homie, right now. I love that you have the balls to try to say that Dr. Marie Russell should not testify because she's not qualified, and your expert isn't even a fucking doctor. Are you fucking kidding me right now, dude? Dude, this is the biggest sham in the world. And then these fucking law tubers are wondering why we're not fucking up in arms over this SJC ruling. Sorry, we're a little preoccupied with an insane amount of bullshit taking place in this case. Excuse us. Dude. I mean, sorry, but the SJC ruling is taking a bit of a backseat to all of this bullshit. Excuse us. In addition, the methodology is not reliable. Among other defects in his methodology, there is no showing that it is generally accepted in the relevant medical community. And the methodology is replete with errors. As it is demonstrated in the affidavit of Marie Russell, medical doctor, Dr. Russell, dated February 11th, 2025. Guys, yes, I will be reading that next. And in case you're wondering, I can't fucking wait for it. Yes, we're going as long as this takes. I'm sticking around for as long as this fucking takes. We just hit the 3-hour mark. We're going. Okay. I just popped the Viagra. I'm ready to go. Let's go. The failure of either Daubert-Lanigan prong requires exclusion of the proffered testimony. Dr. Crosby fails both prongs. The Commonwealth fails to and cannot meet its burden to establish the requisite qualifications of Dr. Crosby. The crucial issue in Massachusetts for Daubert-Lanigan inquiry is whether the proffered witness is qualified to give an expert opinion regarding the subject matter of his testimony. The subject matter of the testimony of Dr. Crosby is described in his self-styled preliminary report. Self-styled, I love that nice little touch. Report dated January 24th, 2025. Dr. Crosby report is the medical cause of the injuries and wounds to the right arm of the descendant. On June 18th, 2024, the court was clear and emphatic in its statement about the foundational qualifications a proffered witness in Massachusetts must possess before he or she can opine on the medical cause of injury to a person. Such person must be a medical doctor. Specifically on that date, Your Honor ruled. Dr. Rentschler, though I have some concerns, it's clear to me that in Massachusetts, biomechanical engineers are not qualified to testify as to medical causation of an injury. Only an MD can do that. So again, right here, and this stinks of Alessi right here, by the way. I love it. I mean, it smells oh so good. I smell hot apple pie, Alessi, right here in this motion, because he likes to cite Judge Bev's words right back at her, and this is what he's doing right here. So I'm guessing that he drafted this badass shit. And it says, Dr. Rentschler, though I have some concerns, it's clear to me that in Massachusetts, biomechanical engineers are not qualified to testify as to medical causation of an injury. Only an MD can do that. So I'm going to reserve ruling on the rest of the testimony. There are certain things he can testify, and I'll hear you again before he testifies next week. Let's just proceed with the trial today. June 18th, 2024, voir dire testimony of Dr. Andrew John Rentschler. Dr. Crosby fails this rule of law stated by Your Honor herself. His failure cannot be disputed. Victory blow. Dr. Crosby's report and his accompanying curriculum, vitae, I don't know that word, clearly show that he is not a medical doctor. Rather, these documents demonstrate that he merely possesses a Master of Science degree from the College of Veterinary Medicine and a PhD in Veterinary Medical Science, both from the University of Florida. Neither of these are even or even come close to a Doctor of Medicine degree or being a licensed medical doctor. Nor is he an odontologist or Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. So I love this. So he's not even a vet, bro. Like he's a doctor in veterinary science, but he's not even a licensed vet. This dude isn't even fit to fucking give Clubber his shots. Dude. Oh my God, man. Yes, I know I said your name, buddy. Come here. Say hi. Come here. Yeah, sure love you. Here, hold on. So you guys can really see him. There he is. Say hi. Say hi to everybody. Say hi to everybody. We're going to be here a while, buddy. We're going to be here a minute. Okay? This is amazing. This dude isn't even a fucking vet. The fuck's this guy know about dog bites? Shut up. He's a dog whisperer. Wow. Moreover, Dr. Crosby concedes in his report that he is not a medical doctor, stating, I am not a physician. Dr. Crosby then appears to express awareness of and sensitivity to this failure of qualifications. He unsuccessfully attempts to evade this shortcoming by raising a straw man argument that he should escape this failure because this case is not about the treatment of the wounds on the right arm of the descendant. There in his report, he states, I am not a physician. I am not licensed to treat injuries or illness in human patients. However, this case is not about the treatment of victim John O'Keefe's injuries or wounds. Thus, any opinion regarding the medical treatment of Mr. O'Keefe is inapplicable to the issues at hand, irrelevant, and has no impact on my opinions for the opinions or the opinions that have been asked of me in this case. So basically, I'm here because I'm fucking useless. Right? Yeah. Mr. Lally, is that right? I'm here because I'm not shit. That's correct, right? I'm gonna read that again. Hold on. I'm not a physician. Translation, I'm not shit when it comes to this case. I'm not licensed to treat injuries or illness in human patients. Again, in this case, I'm not shit. However, this case is not about the treatment of victim John O'Keefe's injuries or wounds. Thus, any opinion regarding the medical treatment of Mr. O'Keefe is inapplicable to the issues at hand. So what the fuck am I here for? Irrelevant and has no impact on my opinions for the opinions or the opinions that have been asked of me in this case. So basically, in a nutshell, what the fuck am I even doing here? Your Honor. And I love that shit because at the end of the day, like, they're saying, okay, well, we're basically using Hank Brennan's own argument against Dr. Russell against Dr. Crosby here. You know, like only this time it actually applies. So here is another glaring example of Hank Brennan projecting. Dude, I've never seen a whinier motherfucking cunt in my life than Hank Brennan, bro. I'm trying to tell you all right now. Never seen that shit. Your Honor, we're entitled. We're entitled to this. And Dr. Russell, even though she has over 30 years experience treating dog bites, she's not an expert. She's not qualified to testify here, Your Honor. But then, like, well, here we have Dr. Crosby here, who has probably never seen an actual dog bite in person, cannot even treat a dog, can't even neuter my cat. But he should absolutely be allowed to testify as an expert to determine that those injuries on John O'Keefe's arm are not dog bites, even though he's not here to testify on those dog bites, Your Honor. Okay, just checking. Fuck Hank Brennan. Unreal, bro. The unilateral manufacturing of a treatment issue out of nowhere by Dr. Crosby is flummoxing and nonsense. I don't know what that word means, but I love the word already. Flummoxing and nonsensical. First, the defense has never mentioned any treatment of the descendant. Defense witness Dr. Marie Russell rendered opinions about the medical cause of the wounds to the right arm of the descendant. Dr. Russell affidavit, blah, 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 data, she did not render any opinion on treatment. Oh, that's okay. Second, the fact that this case is not about the treatment of the wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe cannot save Dr. Crosby from his lack of requisite qualifications, nor can it be allowed to camouflage the fact that the import of Dr. Crosby's entire report is him opining on the medical cause of the wounds to the right arm of the descendant, something he legally cannot do in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Dude. I'm fucking blown away, bro. This is the craziest shit ever. Amanda Florentine, thank you so much. The impressions of Hank are sending me. You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, no, dude. Yeah, I was just going to say that, Kate. Alessi's words totally remind me of Betterow. Like, this dude is a fucking wordsmith. And what made me think of this is because, like, he is taking jabs at this motherfucker, like, really within the boundaries of good taste and professionalism in a court motion, is really fucking letting this so-called expert have it and minimizing why he's even fucking here. Why the fuck is this guy even here? Like, right now, Alessi, did you guys happen to see that movie Saturday Night? I've already watched it a couple times. I think it's great. Even though it's not very accurate, it's fucking great. So there's a scene, it's probably to date one of my favorite scenes of all time, where Alessi is basically Milton Berle is basically Milton Berle, and Hank Brennan's expert here, Dr. Crosby, is Chevy Chase. And in this scene, Milton Berle is hitting on Chevy Chase's girlfriend, and Chevy Chase is looking all over for his girlfriend. And he's saying, and I don't mean the actor, I mean like a guy playing Chevy Chase in this movie. The character Chevy Chase is going around looking around because this movie's about the very first airing of Saturday Night Live. 90 minutes prior, 90 minutes prior to the airing of Saturday Night Live. The very first one. So Chevy Chase is walking around looking for his girlfriend. He doesn't know where his girlfriend is. I don't know. He catches Milton Berle, Mr. Television, talking to his girlfriend. And he starts shitting on him for being old, right? But Milton Berle just like puts him in his place and just goes, yeah, he's like, and I guess it's more Dr. Russell versus Dr. Crosby here. And so Milton Berle basically says to him like, hey, so he's like, yeah, I've got 2 stars on the Walk of Fame. He's like, I once held 97% of America's television audience. Whatever. That doesn't mean shit. And he pulled his fucking dick out. He pulled his fucking gigantic cock out right in front of Chevy Chase and his girlfriend, pretty much letting him know, like, this is me. This is it. Like, this is my argument. Like, I'm hitting on your girlfriend and this is what I've got. And he pulls this big, gigantic fucking malangouche out. and Chevy Chase is like, what the fuck? Shocked. His girlfriend's like, shocked. And he goes into this whole thing. 2 stars on the Walk of Fame. 97% once held of America's television audience. And he's like, dude, he's like, you're not a fucking star. You're nothing. He's like, you're barely in the fucking building. That's what Alessi's fucking tearing up of Dr. Crosby in this motion totally reminds me of. He is minimizing him in every possible way and in this beautifully worded way. And I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. So basically, Alessi just pulled out Dr. Marie Russell's big giant cock, her resume, and looked at him and went, dude, who the fuck are you? You're not even fit to fucking shave my dog before surgery. The fuck are you talking about? What are you even fucking doing here? This is killing me right now. In this regard, his report states, Dear Mr. Brennan, this letter is a preliminary response to your request for my professional expert opinion regarding injuries and defects to the right arm of descendant John O'Keefe. So he's already said that he's not there because it's not a trial about John O'Keefe. So I'm not here to talk about John O'Keefe's right arm, but here, let me fucking write this thing in regards to John O'Keefe's arm to the prosecution. Okay. I was asked to examine the evidence in this case, including images, reports, and the involved dog itself, and determine, if possible, the potential source and nature of the defects documented on the right arm of descendant John O'Keefe. I was particularly asked if I could determine to a scientific degree of certainty whether those defects were consistent with a dog bite or other animal bite. But he's not there, according to him, to testify on the dog bites. Okay. And yet all of his degrees are animal related. So what the fuck's he there for? The issue presented to me in this case is isolated to the nature, morphology, and likelihood of association between the defects documented in the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, and as to whether these defects are consistent with, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, a bite by a dog. But he's not here to talk about that. Gotcha. Particularly at question is the likelihood of these defects being attributable to a German Shepherd type dog known as Chloe, who resided at the time of this incident at the residence near Mr. O'Keefe, at the residence near where Mr. O'Keefe was found, or by any other potential large dog alleged to be in the area. Dr. Crosby attempts to opine that the wounds on the right arm of the descendant cannot be caused by Chloe or any other large dog. Thus, his straw man discussion of treatment of the descendant is a distraction, is very much beside the point, and it fails. Did you hear that? It fucking fails. Dr. Crosby's venturing well beyond his qualifications and attempting to make the sweeping determination that the wounds are on the right arm of the descendant could not have been caused by Chloe or any other large dog is also illuminated by his own proclamations. The name of his consulting group is Canine Aggression, and the vast majority of his experience points to canine behavior. Additionally, Dr. Crosby, purported titled Certified Behavior Consultant, also underscores what is already evident. He does not have the requisite qualifications to opine on, even under the most ideal conditions, where there is a complete and clear bite mark. Bite mark analysis is still not sufficiently reliable. Peer-reviewed article, blah, 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 blah. I just don't want to go over all these sites. I'm trying to save time here. I'm not trying to be here all night. In addition to the absence of demonstration in his report of general acceptance in the scientific community of the use of forensic odontology and bite mark analysis, Dr. Crosby's report suffers from still other defects. In 2016, the American Board of Forensic Odontology published a bite mark methodology standards and guidelines report. Bite mark methodology standards and guidelines. In it, they discuss various methods to document bite site evidence, including taking saliva swabs of the dog's of the bite site, impressions of the surface of the bite mark, and tissue samples. While Dr. Crosby cannot access any of these samples due to the DNA failures of the Commonwealth, it underscores the inaccuracy of his methodology. Nowhere in Dr. Crosby's report does he account for the absence of tissue or DNA samples from the wound of the descendant. And nowhere in the ABFO bite mark methodology standards and guidelines does it advise using a surrogate such as a hospital bracelet of unknown origins to attempt to accurately measure the injuries and wounds of the descendant. What? A hospital bracelet used to measure them? Bro, how hard is it to get a fucking tape measure, guy? How hard is it to get a fucking ruler, dude? You can't go to the CVS around the corner, bro, and grab a fucking child 6-inch fucking ruler, dude? Well, Melissa Hendricks, the Commonwealth is claiming that they found Chloe and they took imprints of Chloe's bite marks. Now, I'm glad you brought this up because they're saying that brings up another point. That makes me think something else here. And this is part of the reason why I think the defense is trying to exclude this expert, because this is the only expert I think that the Commonwealth has to try to solidify this these so-called Chloe impressions, because I don't think that's Chloe. I am of the opinion that Chloe is not exactly in the same place now as baby Clay. Baby Clay Carney, because baby Clay Carney never existed. Chloe, however, did. So I am of the opinion that Chloe is in the same spot, at least physically. Her physical form is in the same place that you'll find the flooring of 34 Fairview that is no longer there. That's my guess. So, yeah. I mean, and if the Alberts are trying to convince people that they're not complete and total pieces of shit, you know, like, why didn't you keep your dog? I don't know. We had problems with it. It bit somebody, so we got rid of it. But it didn't bite the person who, okay. And then after, you know, it's just coincidence that you no longer have the dog after John O'Keefe's death. Nor the house, nor the original flooring in the house was there when you sold the house under $50,000 under market value. That's also a coincidence. But I mean, what kind of a piece of shit doesn't just take their dog, dude? You know what I mean? Like, why didn't you get rid of the dog after the first incident that you're talking about? Why get rid of the dog when you moved? Makes no sense. Point being, I believe Chloe's fucking dead because Chloe bit John O'Keefe's arm, and they are afraid of finding John O'Keefe's DNA on Chloe. That's why they got rid of Chloe. Wow, a hospital bracelet. Unreal. The methodology of trying to transfer the measurements and apply them to a human wound is undocumented in his report. Also, in the Dr. Russell affidavit, Dr. Russell highlights the lack of support in the Dr. Crosby report for his methodology of using a hospital band instead of an ABFO ruler. Right. There's literally, I mean, obviously you can't go around CVS. They would still argue and they'd be like, you use the CVS fucking ruler? A kid's ruler? There's obviously a proper tool, which is an ABFO ruler to measure these things, and they weren't done and it wasn't used. Furthermore, the dog Chloe examined in Dr. Crosby's report would have bit the descendant on January 29th, 2022. Inexplicably, the Commonwealth waited almost 3 days to analyze and measure the dog's teeth in January of 2025. Oh, 3 years. Why did I say 3 days? 3 years to analyze and measure the dog's teeth in January 2025. Right. Dr. Crosby fails to address properly the scientific concern that Chloe, having aged almost 3 years, could very well have experienced changes to her teeth, jaw, shape of her bite, and other aspects of her dentition. So the real expert in her affidavit, which we're going to read later, is stating that even if you have Chloe's imprints, it proves nothing because it's 3 years too late, and though she would have aged, there'd be a difference in her teeth. Relatedly, it is apparent that the Commonwealth retained Dr. Crosby in early 2024. January 29th, 2024. But waited December of 2024 to apparently take bite impressions from a dog they claim is Chloe. The apparent strategic waiting boomerangs on the Commonwealth and adds to the unreliability of Dr. Crosby's methodology. As discussed, Dr. Crosby's methodology and application of methodology in trying to exclude a specific dog, Chloe, or any large dog from being the medical cause of wound to a person is unreliable, suggesting that using the bite marks to identify specific source of blah, 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 blah. Yeah, they're just citing other case law. I'm just skipping that stuff, guys. Even the Commonwealth itself appears to have looked with disfavor upon the methodology of Dr. Crosby on June 21st, 2024, during the testimony of Dr. Russell. Attorney Lally asked Dr. Russell if she was familiar with the 2009 NAS report, though he incorrectly referred to it as the NAS report from 2008. Attorney Lally himself referred to the forensic ontology section, the examination of the bite marks, as not reliable science. Wow. Okay. He referred to it as not reliable science himself. The Commonwealth. Attorney Lally questioned Dr. Russell on the practice of matching the mold of a bite mark, excuse me. Again, that dyslexia, man, to a human wound, and noted that the unreliability of the method has led to questioning its value in scientific objectivity. Additionally, the Commonwealth must not be allowed to state that support for Dr. Crosby's purported methodology is buried somewhere listed in 6 pages of random references and materials. Dr. Crosby, blah, 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 lists these reference and materials consulted that may affect my opinions in this case. There, Dr. Crosby disingenuously lists these as reference and materials consulted that may affect my opinions in this case. This attempt to camouflage whether he actually used any reference or material he lists, and for which proposition on his long list by the permissive use of may is improper. That may affect my opinions in this case. The purpose of an expert needing to prepare such a list is so that the opposing party can know what sources the witness has considered and is relying on for the propositions in the report at issue. The fact that his entire report is bereft of one footnote further exasperates this fundamental and scientific failure of his report and methodology. The malbehavior of Dr. Crosby of listing pages and pages of seemingly endless materials without regard to whether they support any of the propositions in his report not only deprives Dr. Crosby is not a medical doctor. On this basis alone, his testimony must be excluded as he fails to meet the first and crucial prong of the Daubert-Lanigan standard for the reason expressed in Your Honor's Rule 18 motion, Your Honor's June 18 ruling, during the first trial. In addition, Dr. Crosby's proffered methodology is not generally accepted in the relevant medical community and is otherwise unreliable. For these reasons, and for the reasons stated above, Ms. Reed respectfully moves this court to exclude the testimony of Dr. Crosby concerning the medical causes of injury to the right arm of the descendant on the papers and without the need for any evidentiary hearing. In the alternative, should the court not grant the defense's motion on the papers to exclude Dr. Crosby and his lack of qualifications and his unreliable methodology, the defense requests an evidentiary hearing to establish the failure of the Commonwealth to meet its Daubert-Lanigan burden regarding the testimony of Dr. Crosby. So basically, yep, and there it is. Yeah, that's definitely Robert Alessi. He wrote this shit. So basically right there, they're saying, for the same reasons that you approved Dr. Russell, for the same reasons that, under the same grounds that Spanky argued that Dr. Russell was not qualified, you ruled that she was. For those same fucking reasons is exactly why you should rule Dr. Crosby to not be qualified. And if you decide not to rule, to have this person, if you decide to allow this person, then we request a hearing, an evidentiary hearing, to argue our position on this. Okay. Yeah, that's just crazy, dude. What the fuck does Brennan think is going? Why is Bev letting this happen? Like, there's less and less reason. Now, again, well, I shouldn't look at it as less and less reason. I guess it's fair too. And a one perspective of looking at it is there's less and less reason for Judge Bev to let this go on. But another perspective to look at it is it's more and more reason for Judge Bev to dismiss this case once Karen Reed's camp presents that motion to dismiss. And I have a feeling that they're not going to meet the dismissal, the motion to dismiss deadline that Judge Bev implemented there. I don't think they're going to meet that. I just got a feeling that because why in the fuck? Where does it say that Judge Bev can do that? Where does it say that a judge can set a deadline for a defense's motion to dismiss a case? They can do that at any fucking time during trial if they want. They can do that whenever the fuck they want. Why is she giving this deadline? It makes no sense. It's as if she doesn't even know the law. I don't know the law either, but I know that you have the right to fucking file a motion to dismiss whenever the fuck you want. Yeah, judicial discretion, right. But what is she going to do? You know? I mean, she's going to deny the motion under the grounds that it wasn't met in time, probably. But it seems to me that why wouldn't she know this? Why would she implement this deadline knowing that Karen Reed has the right to file a motion to dismiss whenever the fuck she wants? Unless she's just building a path to justify her decision to deny the motion to dismiss when it's filed. I don't think she has any intention of dismissing this case at all whatsoever. But again, everything is getting documented. Everything. Now let's go over Dr. Russell's after David. Let's go over that. Actually, give me just 1 second, folks. I'm gonna leave you guys with a musical break for a moment just to keep you guys entertained. I just got to run upstairs, grab something real quick. I got a refill on my energy drink as well. Give me 1 second, and then we will continue this ridiculously long live stream. Okay. Um, and let me find something choice here for you guys that won't get me dinged, but I'll probably pick something that'll get me dinged. So I apologize. I'm trying to find something short enough here. In case you guys haven't seen, I use this one a lot, and there's no copyright for it. So give me a second here, guys.
The company store, the paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers scum. They're on giant death factories keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy weird sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot and the goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
Sorry about that, guys. Thank you for waiting. Appreciate you. I know I lost a lot of people there, but for those of you who stuck around, I appreciate you waiting. I didn't even have time to, yeah, Clubber had to go out, guys. It's I'm going on almost 4 hours here. So all right. Wait, one more second here, guys. Okay. All right. Oh, you like that Alex Jones shit? That shit's funny. I never get tired of that. Get my energy drink thing going here. Sorry, guys. And to those of you who bailed, fuck you too. Yeah. All right, so this is the after David here of Dr. Marie Russell. And hold on, let me go over. Diane Gavin sent the super chat. You are a gem, Will. Thank you for always breaking down all this legal jargon and making us laugh along the way. But honestly, it's no joke because Karen's life is on the line. Free Karen Reed all day long. Yeah, no. I agree with you. It's not a joke. It's very serious, but it's also, if we don't find the humor in this shit, if I don't find the humor in this shit, I'll go fucking crazy. So, yeah. And I've got another 12-hour stream in the works, I think. I was thinking about it today, guys. I've got another 12-hour one in the stream in the works. Got a couple of ideas. So I just got to plan it a little bit. And we're going to do another one. Maybe for Valentine's. We'll do a Valentine's We Love Karen thing here. But no, I'm not taking my shirt off because I don't think I'm going to be drinking for that one. It's Valentine's. It's not New Year's. I don't think I'm going to be drinking for that one. All right. All right. So Marie Russell, MD, under oath, do depose and state as follows. Following facts, analyses, and other information are based on my own personal knowledge, and I could testify competently about them if called upon as an expert witness to do so. I declare that the following is true and correct to the best of my knowledge, and I have no personal interest in the outcome of this case. I am a licensed medical doctor, and I am currently engaged in the practice of medicine. I have approximately 30 years experience as an emergency medicine physician and as a forensic pathologist. Further information about my education, training, experience, and knowledge is set forth in my curriculum, whatever that word is, which is attached to the affidavit as Exhibit A. Let's see. I'm just trying to, I want to cut through all of the repetitive shit. I also testified extensively at the standing and hearing of the court of the case December 12th, 2024 and January 7th, 2025. After this testimony, the court rendered a decision in which I was qualified as an expert on the subject matter of the medical cause of wounds inflicted to the right arm of the descendant, Mr. John O'Keefe. I have read and evaluated a self-styled preliminary report of James W. Crosby, PhD of Canine Aggression Consulting, LLC, dated January 24th, 2025. Dr. Crosby, or report. Dr. Crosby is not qualified to render the opinions. She just goes right into it. Dr. Crosby is not qualified to render the opinions and draw the conclusions stated in his report. Also, the methodology he uses to reach the opinions and conclusions in his report is incorrect, flawed, and otherwise unreliable. These two overall deficiencies relate to each other, meaning his lack of qualifications likely contribute to his flawed methodology and conclusions, meaning one hand washes the other with a turd. Catherine, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate you. The subject matter of the opinions in his report is the cause of the wounds to the right arm of the descendant. The opinions in this regard are variously stated on pages NDAO, blah, 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 of his report. For instance, on page NDAO, blah, 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 he states, I was asked to examine the evidence in this case, including images, reports, and the involved dog itself, and determine, if possible, the potential source and nature of the defects documented on the right arm of the descendant, John O'Keefe. I was particularly asked if I could determine to a degree of scientific certainty whether those defects were consistent with a dog bite or other animal bite. I have never heard of one stating wounds to a human as defects, nor have I experienced a non-medical doctor acting on his or her own to determine the medical cause of an injury to a person, antemortem or postmortem. Wow. So right there, Dr. Russell's calling him out and being like, dude, he's not even a doctor. Why the fuck is he talking about this? And then she goes into the lack of qualifications of Dr. Crosby. This is where Dr. Russell pulls out her fucking gigantic malangouche. Dr. Crosby is not a medical doctor, nor is he a forensic odontologist or a veterinarian. He does not appear to be licensed in any medical or scientific field or to possess any other professional license either. He also does not appear to have taken any nationwide examination for his stated specializations. That's interesting. So even the qualifications that he claims to have, there's nothing to back those up. I am unfamiliar with the 2 degrees he possesses in veterinary medical science. I have not heard of either in my 30 plus years of practicing medicine, including forensic pathology. He does not specify in his report any requisite education or training. No, leave that alone. Or training he possesses in the forensic examination of humans, including in the highly specialized medical topics of wound identification and wound direction in humans. Yeah, it's kind of a fucking science that's actually studied, you know, and this is the topic at hand and you don't have any training in it whatsoever, bro. Like, what are you doing at my table, dude? Get the fuck up. You don't get to sit at the table, dude. You go sit at the fucking, you go sit at the card table with the other kids. Get the fuck out of here. He does not state in his report any training in the highly specialized and scrutinized area of forensic photography. He does not state in his report that he worked with a forensic pathologist or a medical examiner for any matter he addressed in his report. He states in his report that particularly at question is whether the wounds on the right arm of the descendant are caused by a dog named Chloe or any other potentially large dog. But he then strays from the charge and claims that certain wounds on the right arm of the descendant are consistent with an engagement of some sharp or semi-sharp object. Okay. He does not state in his report any qualification that would allow him to make such a claim. In my experience, only certain medical doctors are qualified to make such a claim. I am one such medical doctor. See my malangouche? Malangouche? No malangouche. You see? Do you see? I am one such medical doctor, meaning I'm hung like a fucking moose, homie. Lack of reliable methodology of Dr. Crosby. There are numerous errors and other flaws in the methodology and application of the methodology described and utilized by Dr. Crosby in his report, which individually and collectively render his report medically and scientifically unsound and otherwise unreliable. This affidavit is not intended to address all of these flaws, but ones I do discuss each render his report and especially the opinions and conclusions in it unsound and otherwise unreliable. I love this shit. It's really funny because, like, she's like, dude, you're not even a doctor, guy. Like, even me, I have enough fucking sense when I conduct these things. You guys hear me say, I'm not a lawyer. And then there are times when discussing these medical aspects of these cases, I go, I'm not a doctor. right? Which serves as two, it serves as you know, it serves two purposes here. One, so that you guys know that I don't claim to be an expert in any of this shit. The idea here is to entertain, but also to educate. And if I fail to educate you guys in any way, I would always recommend you guys to refer to somebody who is qualified to educate you guys in these things. I'm not qualified to do that. Okay? Not qualified to do that. So even me, I'm going to go, well, fuck. I'm not a doctor, but that shit looks like something sharp went through his skin. I will always give that disclaimer. I'm not a doctor, but you know, but this guy is claiming to be a doctor, but he doesn't claim to be a veterinarian, which how could he opine on wounds on a human as a veterinarian? It makes no sense. Like if a guy gets in a fight with a dog, he manages to hurt the dog too, right? Is that veterinarian treating the human and the dog because the dog managed to get a couple of bites on him? Does the veterinarian take the guy and go, hey, yeah, this looks pretty bad. Just put some alcohol on it, blah, 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 blah. If something goes wrong, that person can sue that veterinarian for malpractice or whatever. Be like, why the fuck is this guy telling me how to treat a wound when he's not qualified to fucking treat human wounds? I'm not a dog. I'm not a cat. I'm not a fucking owl. I'm not a fucking tortoise. I don't fucking know. How does he fucking know? Right? So even me, I even have enough sense to go, I'm not qualified to fucking say this. I mean, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, something sharp. No shit, Sherlock. Something sharp. I'd say that if something broke John O'Keefe's skin, caused multiple scratches, abrasions, I'd say something sharp probably did it. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Must have been something sharp. Not teeth, but something sharp. Because I'm just a fucking asshole that the prosecution asked me to be here. They told me to come. I don't know. Trooper Paul, you want to help me out here? I mean, something sharp, right? Definitely something sharp, Your Honor. Yeah. Like, what the fuck is the prosecution doing in this case? I don't. This is so fucking mind blowing to me. Definitely something sharp, and it's probably not a dog bite. Fucking dickhead. So many fucking stupid people. From an overall structural perspective, his report is defective scientifically and medically. He does not footnote any source of authority in the text of his report. At the end of his report, he merely lists numerous references and materials that he states may affect his opinions in this case. He also describes his report as a preliminary response to your request. Neither of these approaches meet medical or scientific norms for the use he apparently intends for his report. Dude, you're killing me right now. You gotta knock that shit off. You're making too much noise, buddy. No, go lay down. I know you're getting restless. I get it. We're here down here a long time. I get it, buddy. But you gotta wait. He also describes his report as a preliminary response to your request. Neither of these approaches meet medical or scientific norms for the use he apparently intends for his report. Likewise, he does not provide in the text of his report any citation to any literature source which would show that his methodology or his application of the methodology under the circumstances of this case are in ordinance with the general acceptance in the medical or scientific community. Correct me if I'm wrong, people, but didn't Hank Brennan fucking argue that Dr. Russell didn't cite any studies or methodology or journals that show her methodology or that back up her methodologies? Didn't Hank Brennan bitch and moan and say that she's not qualified and she didn't even she doesn't cite anything, even though she did? He tries to say that she didn't. And here, Dr. Russell is going, but your expert didn't do any of those things. I did, but your fucking expert didn't. What? What? This is so fucking crazy, dude. The subject of wound analysis, including wound directionality, in humans is a highly specialized area of practice of medicine. Okay. The subject of wound analysis, including wound directionality in humans, is a highly specialized area of practice in medicine. Meaning you don't just get to come up off the fucking street and go, yeah, it's sharp. Looks like something sharp did it. And then call yourself an expert. When you have doctors who have focused good portions of their entire careers on this highly specialized area of medicine. Many physicians lack sufficient knowledge, training, experience, and skills to engage in this area. So even if you are a medical doctor, you still may not even if you are a doctor who has treated certain wounds, you still are not qualified to testify. You still may not be qualified to testify in this area. Many physicians lack sufficient knowledge, training, experience and skills to engage in this area, which is the subject of substantial training and many medical textbooks and peer-reviewed articles. I possess the requisite education, knowledge, training, experience, and skills in this area. Dude doesn't. I do, but dude doesn't. The methodology and application of methodology by Dr. Crosby concerning the wound analysis of the right arm of the descendant are incorrect. First, he evaluates the descendant and his wounds as if they were the subject of a static environment as opposed to the proper dynamic environment that existed when the descendant was being attacked by a large dog. He wrongly evaluates a dynamic human body like it was a hard plastic and static mannequin. For instance, what? For instance, he does not account for the movement of the various body parts of the descendant during the attack, such as the substantial flexing of his right arm or the movement of his right shoulder to protect himself. That would decrease the angle of the elbow and move the wounds closer together. Exactly. So he's not taking into consideration the movement of his arm and how that might affect how those wounds are inflicted. The failure of Dr. Crosby to account for these movements renders wrong and unusable all the wound movements in his report. Dr. Crosby wrongly applied his canine dentition measurements to a theoretical static right arm. Which angle of the elbow crease never moves during a dog attack during Dr. Crosby's methodology, but remains fixed as it exists in the photographs he has in his report. He also does not account for the elasticity and compressibility Yeah, I said that right. Compressibility of human skin, which also is not static. Wound measurements change as a result of the dimpling and bunching of human skin. Likewise, there are structures immediately below the skin, such as bone and muscle, that would be and look different during the dog attack. The static methodology approach by Dr. Crosby is medically unsupportable and incorrect and renders his measurements unreliable. Second, he wrongly bases his analysis in individual wounds or individual set of wounds as opposed to the overall pattern of wounds. Right. That makes perfect sense. Like, wouldn't you need... Okay, this is important. She's saying that secondly, he wrongly bases his analysis on individual wounds or an individual set of wounds as opposed to the overall pattern of wounds. So meaning that he's just looking at each individual scratch and not the pattern of the scratches, which would obviously would be crucial in determining whether or not that was a dog attack. Why are you looking at one or two individual wounds, individual scratches, instead of looking at the pattern of the scratches that would absolutely determine whether or not those are inflicted by a dog? Stupidest fucking shit I've ever heard, dude. So yeah, his methodology is all fucked up. So he's not accounting for movement of an arm. If somebody's being attacked by a dog, they're not going to go, oh, please let go of my arm. Oh, let go of my arm. They're going to be like, fuck. Oh my God. Ow. You know what I mean? Straightening, bending, all kinds of shit. Tugging, pushing, pulling. Like, that is the kind of shit that's going to take place when you're being attacked by a dog, at the least. At the very least. You're not going to base your analysis on somebody who can't move their fucking arm. On a prosthetic dude? That makes no sense. And a mannequin, like, how are you going to account for the skin? The pressure that goes into the skin before the skin actually breaks. How are you not going to account for that? Or how can you account for that when your methodology is testing a fucking plastic mannequin that can't move its elbow? What the fuck did this guy do? Just walk into a fucking Dillard's and go, this'll do. How much? Yeah, this'll do. Come here, honey. And then fucking Plastic Elaine just gonna go get tested for dog bites. Walking out the fucking front door, Dillard's. The fuck? What's up, baby boy? I know, buddy. You're just gonna have to wait a little while, okay? It makes no sense. And then does the mannequin come to life? No. And then he's gonna look at the fucking wounds like, yeah, we don't need to look at the overall pattern of those, because it's not like a dog has more than one nail, more than one claw. It's not like a dog has a set of teeth versus one fucking tooth. That's crazy. We're just going to assume. I'm going to test everything like as if there was one sharp object. Stupid. Like, wouldn't you go through the process of elimination? He didn't even apply that. Okay. I'm going to prove that this wasn't a dog bite. How do I do that? How do I assume I treat this when I test it, I treat it like it would be a legit dog attack. And I have to eliminate that as a possibility. That's how you break down. That's how an experiment is fucking conducted, dude. Like you learn that shit in the 5th grade. The 5th fucking grade, bro. Like that's how you go through process of elimination. If you're trying to prove that was not a dog attack, wouldn't you approach it as if it were a dog attack in order to properly disprove it? You know, kind of like what the ARCCA experts did. Like, you know, building a fucking cannon to simulate the pressure of a 6,000 pound fucking vehicle. Third, the directional arrows he inserts into the picture of the descendant on page blah, blah, blah of his report are going to the exact opposite direction of how the wounds were actually inflicted. Because of this error in directionality of the wounds, his measurements and conclusions about the distance between the wounds are incorrect. It is therefore his analysis that suffers from a conflict in orientation. This is another flaw in his methodology. Fourth, Dr. Crosby's arch analysis methodology is incorrect. He claims that the arch is backwards if the wounds are inflicted by a dog. The direction of the arrows he shows is wrong relative to the arch he proffers. Again, these are failures by Dr. Crosby to account for the dynamic environment during a dog attack. And these failures render his measurements incorrect and unreliable. Fifth, Dr. Crosby does not account for the partial or incomplete bite scenario that is present in the wounds of the descendant. He wrongly assumes both jaws of the dog would be making compressions as opposed to glancing bites against the skin and less than all teeth impacting the right arm of the descendant. Nor does the account for the effect of the hoodie sweatshirt the descendant was wearing in making and discussing his measurements, conclusions, and opinions. These are yet more defects in his methodology. So this guy is determining that those were not dog bites because there's not a clear dog bite indention with all teeth utilizing both jaws. There's no way that a dog could have partially gotten a hold of a part of John O'Keefe's arm. That's impossible. The only way that this could have been a dog attack, according to Dr. Crosby, is if that dog got a clear what's the word I'm looking for? A clear unobstructed bite with both jaws, applying pressure with all teeth evenly. And if that doesn't happen, can't be a dog bite, according to Dr. Crosby, right? Decedent, sorry. I know I'm saying descendant because there's so many fucking similar words, and I say dead guy, bro. I say victim or dead guy. Give me a fucking break, Olivia. Okay? Now, you guys see the link at the top of the chat? Highest donation to Karen Reed gets me to stop saying descendant and starts getting me to say decedent moving forward. So, yeah. Highest donation. Until then, I'm saying fucking descendant. Lemonade out of lemons, folks. Forensic photography requires proper qualifications and training. The use and application of forensic photography methodology is highly scrutinized, and for good reason. There is no discussion in the report of Dr. Crosby about who took the photographs or how they were taken. It is obvious that at least one of the photographs is distorted and not a depiction of reality. This is a failure of proper forensic photography methodology. So they're just taking blurry ass pictures too. Like on top of everything else, they're taking blurry ass pictures to try to simulate the wounds of the descendant. They're still doing that. Like, how are you going to properly measure and determine whether or not these were dog wounds on the descendant unless, unless you take clear pictures of it? Makes no sense. You're going to take blurry pictures to determine that the descendant was not hit or was not bit by a dog. Wow. Forensic photography requires proper qualifications and training. They even put you in school for that shit, bro. The use and application of forensic photography methodology is highly scrutinized and for good reason. There is no discussion in the report of Dr. Crosby about who took the photographs, how they were taken, blah, 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 blah. I already read that. And there is no documentation of general acceptance in the medical community of the use of the hospital band that Dr. Crosby applied as a substitute for the requisite American Board of Forensic Odontology two-dimensional ruler, which neither the photographer at the hospital nor the medical examiner of the Commonwealth used in order to measure the wounds on the descendant, as they should have in photographing the wounds on the right arm of the descendant. DNA analysis methodology for Dr. Crosby. Dr. Crosby attempts to make much about the supposed absence of dog DNA and the clothing of the descendant and how it believes this supports the absence of a dog bite. This application of forensic methodology by him is incorrect and unreliable. The Commonwealth did not swab the wounds of the right arm of the descendant for dog or any other DNA. They didn't even swab the shirt that we know of. They just say they did. There's no proof of it, though. And there is no documentation of proper collection, handling, or chain of custody of the clothing of the descendant or the swabs used on the clothing. The DNA testing protocol for the dog DNA employed by the Commonwealth and relied upon by Dr. Crosby in his report is based on a flawed foundation. As a result, the supposed absence of DNA claimed by Dr. Crosby in his report does not reliably support a conclusion that dog DNA was not on any wound of the descendant or his clothing. I feel like that's probably why I lost so many viewers. So many people got so pissed off. Like, why does he keep saying that word? He keeps saying that word wrong. Fuck this. Let me see where we're at, bro. Let me check this out real quick. See what we got. Not one. Not one. Because they don't have times, but people did donate today. So, which is great. There's a lot of donations today. But dude, it's at $671,618 of 2 million raised. So just a little bit of a quarter of the way there, folks. A little bit more than a quarter of the way there. Dude, I got a full energy drink here. Now I have one more filing to go over. See how many pages is. Oh, this is like a quick one. This is nothing. This is Commonwealth's motion to impound pursuant to blah 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 impoundment procedures, including procedure that exhibits A and B to the Commonwealth's motion to exclude employees of ARCCA be filed under seal and impoundment. Huh? These letters contain the Commonwealth's written request for discoverable material from the U.S. Attorney's Office. And the U.S. Attorney's Office, why do they want that quiet? That's interesting. So they want the letters that the Commonwealth asked. Wow. Really, bro? Brennan sucks so bad. Spanky, what are you doing, buddy? Spanky's like, yeah, listen, we wrote these letters, but we need these impounded. We don't want people to see them. Yikes. Don't let anybody see these, Judge. Yeah, no, I got it. But I figured descending means like he's, you know, he died. You know, that's how I don't know. Fucking stupid. I try to tell you people I'm fucking stupid all the time. You guys don't want to fucking listen. Bunch of ignorant fucks. Telling you guys I'm fucking stupid. Been trying to tell you. Yeah, these are private letters. Don't let anybody see us asking for why the Commonwealth or why U.S. Attorney's Office is investigating our DA. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's the fucking craziest shit I've ever seen in my life. All right. One more second, guys. And then I'm going to open the phones. Give me a okay. All right, guys. All right, folks. Phone lines are open now. Nobody wants to call. Nobody. Yeah, that's the craziest shit that I've ever fucking seen, bro. Clever. You already fucked up. I still haven't like plugged in my thing to the. I bought a new cable and I just haven't even done it. When that guy comes, I'll do it to fix the furnace.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, Will. It's Crazy Brazilian. How are you?
Hi, crazy Brazilian lady. What's up?
Nothing much. I was waiting for someone else to call, but they didn't want to call, so I decided to call first.
Nice. What's up?
No, nothing. How are you doing today?
Fantastic. How are you?
Oh, I'm fantastic. After all this stuff came out today, I don't know if you remember, Will, but I want to ask you a question. Do you remember when Carrie Roberts' testimony? If she testified, she went to Lenka's house.
I don't
need
remember
to
what
watch
she
that
said.
tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't remember what she said about it.
I know. I need to go and watch tomorrow because I was all day with Melanie Little and you. But I think maybe she was not there with Jen McCabe.
Oh, you think Jen McCabe went there by herself?
I do. I don't think Carrie Roberts was there.
Well, what about her testimony that tells you that?
No, because I don't remember Carrie Roberts. You know what I mean? I want to know if she testified, if she went to Lenka's house. And I'm wondering if you remember that.
No.
I know. So I need to rewatch it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I was too focused on you and Melanie Little all day today. And true for Proctor.
Yeah, I was going to go over.
My God.
I was going to go over that too. I will do that after I hang up with you. I'll open up the phone lines again, but I'm going to go over Microdot's newest video. No, of course it's okay to mention Microdots. What do you mean? I've got a banner dedicated just to getting people to sub them. Look at that. Boom, right there, bro. Like, you could always mention Microdots in here, dude. Of course.
Yeah, no, he makes a good videos. Why not to name him?
Well, some creators don't like other creators being mentioned in their chat and their content or whatever. I'm not like that. If I like content, I'm going to push that content and promote that creator as much as I can.
Oh, okay. Well, another thing, Massachusetts had a Tom Brady as the GOAT. Now we have a Dr. Russell as our freaking GOAT.
Yeah. Dr. Russell is fantastic. I mean, we've had her.
The GOAT now.
What's up, buddy? Yeah, we've had her. I mean, she's been the GOAT. She's been the GOAT. I just worry because, like, I think Brennan knows what she's like. On the stand, he knows how to get under her skin. He knows how to confuse her. And I think that he's just going to subject her to more abuse and cross-examination that he did in the voir dire. So I worry about that.
But the thing is, Will, we always respect our older person in our life. And if he disrespects her, it's not going to come cross good for him.
Right. Not to the jury. I see what you're saying.
No.
I see what you're saying. But if he does it in a way that discredits her to the jury, if he manages to throw enough smoke and mirrors around to make the jury look at her as not so credible, and he finds a way to villainize her in some way as being disingenuous, then he can use that.
No, I know he can. Okay, now change the subject a little bit because you're more in this crime law kind of thing. If Lally become a witness, can he jeopardize his law license in Massachusetts?
Sure, of course.
Oh my God, that's gonna be the best day. I would drink.
Well, I mean, not because he's testifying, but depending on what becomes uncovered during his testimony.
I know.
So if they could prove,
if he lies,
if they could prove that he fucking was, I mean, they could already prove that he was texting with Proctor, but beyond those texts, the only reason that the other stuff on those texts aren't disclosed because they contain other people's personal information, apparently. So that's why they withheld that from the motion. But I feel like if they, yeah, I agree, Olivia. I agree 100%. He should absolutely fucking be disbarred. Anybody involved in this case,
so
Bev should be fucking disbarred, in my opinion. But you know,
it's not gonna be because Devalda Patrick is the one that put her in that seat.
yeah, I mean, I'm saying, yeah, I'm saying for sure. What if they could prove these unethical things that Lally engaged in, which clearly they can? He's definitely looking at some serious repercussions with the bar, at least, if not federal indictments.
Maybe that's why he sit there and just bring the water and the coffee and whatever
Exactly.
he wants.
Yeah, he's the cuck, as Turtle Boy put it. he's Brennan's cuck. You just sit there and watch me fuck your wife, buddy. You just sit there and watch while I fuck your wife in front of you. That's what's going on there.
Maybe Hank doesn't have any balls anymore because Lally's sack on it all day long.
Lally's sucking on his balls and unless he's cutting them off. That's what's going on.
Okay, I'm gonna let you have another call.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good night. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Hold on a second, folks. Let's do this real quick. Yeah, I want to go over this microdots video. Where the fuck is that shit, man? Where the fuck is? Oh, I found that one video of that one idiot.
Correct in the way that.
And fair warning, her voice is really annoying, but we're not going to play that right now. I just got to find the microdots video. Here it is. I got it. Yeah, no, I got it. Thank you, microdots. And make sure, stop what you're doing right now and click on the link that I'm dropping in the chat. Give the video a like because I feel a little guilty about this because it's very fresh. He just dropped this today. So, make sure to give it a like. Make sure to give it a view and a like. I just dropped the link in chat. I'm dropping it again. Stop what you're doing right now. Give it a like, please. Appreciate you guys. Well, I care, Richie. I care. Okay.
I didn't need time to make up a story because I have the truth of why we went.
And the truth, according to you, is you pulled up Michael Lang's house.
I love that. The truth, according to you.
First responding officer and friends of the Alberts had a meeting with him the next day that was never reported to anybody for any purpose.
I
just met with his wife out in the car while the car was running for 45 minutes to an hour. That's your story.
It's not a story, it's the truth. Carrie dropped her daughter off. The wife came out. Carrie is a talker. They started talking. A tragedy had happened.
Now, sorry to interrupt during mid-coitus there. But also the link that I shared, make sure just because you're subscribed to Microdots, don't think that you're clicking and liking on Microdots' video. It's Microdots' clip channel. Let's build that thing up, man. So make sure to subscribe. If you're subscribed to Microdots' channel, understand that this video is a short. It's a shorter video, and he has an alt channel for his shorter videos, and that is Microdots Clips, and that is what this is on. So when you click on that link, this link that I'm dropping in chat right now, to give it a like, make sure you also subscribe to it. Please make sure you're subscribed.
The day before.
It is interesting, would you not agree, that the day before you have this off-the-books meeting at Michael Lang's house, Nicole Albert says, we'll get more info tomorrow, meaning the very day you show up at Lang's house.
Again, I never spoke with Mike Lang at his house. It was not an off-the-books meeting. It was Kerry dropping her daughter at one of her good friend's house, whose husband happens to be a Canton cop.
Jen is confronted with phone
Isn't that convenient?
location data that places her at Officer Lank's home for approximately 1 hour, the day after John was killed. It also indicates that she stopped at 34 Fairview just minutes before, presumably to pick up Nicole.
We didn't stop by. Maybe Kerry slowed down, but we did not stop by 34.
The information the sisters were after was so sensitive that they refused to risk discussing it over text and insisted on meeting with Michael Lang in person. For the third-party suspects and Norfolk officials, communication would prove to be an ongoing challenge, especially once they became aware of the federal investigation about 1 year later. Inevitably, every criminal organization must grapple with this and know the safest way to communicate is face-to-face.
Yep.
However, it becomes a serious issue when you're caught meeting with individuals you have no legitimate reason to be associated with, like a witness visiting the home of an investigator.
Did you have any conversation before your testimony today with anybody?
Because make no mistake, that picture that Microdots was showing there was Jen McCabe's vehicle, but that wasn't even Michael Lang's house. That was Michael Proctor's house. So not only did she go to Michael Lang's house in an undocumented visit, but she also went to Michael Proctor's house. And we know the Michael Proctor visit thanks to the investigation of Dr. Turtleboy.
About you going to Michael Lang's house on January 30th? Anybody?
She sure does, Microdots. She sure does.
Alan Jackson already knows. The answer is
yes.
Tell me about that. Who was it and when?
And that's because the secret meeting between Jen McCabe, Nicole Albert, and Michael Lang was never known until a report was produced for the first trial. Jen will describe the circumstances in which she recently became aware.
It was a couple of weeks ago at the DA's office.
At this early stage, they were already acting as seasoned conspirators.
You know, the more you watch her, the more you can tell when she's lying. Like, she has tells, dude. She has tells.
The circumstances in which she recently became aware.
It was a couple of weeks ago at the DA's office.
Right there. Check it out. Watch as soon as she says, right after, like a split second after she says, it was a couple of weeks ago.
Circumstances in which she recently became aware.
It was a couple of weeks ago.
Watch her.
At the DA's office.
See that?
At this early...
That deep breath she takes right there. Gets this false confidence that she's presenting.
Early stage, they were already acting as seasoned conspirators. To fully grasp this, you must first understand exactly how tense things were. for the first 5 days, until Karen was arraigned on February 2nd. They were trapped in an agonizing limbo, unsure if their involvement would be exposed. At any moment, the situation could unravel disastrously. Information was scarce, yet critically valuable. This is why it was crucial for Jen, husband Matt, Brian, and Nicole Albert to stay coordinated through their group chat.
Listen, bro, real quick, before we get further on this. I used to live a lifestyle that was quite questionable. And I lived this lifestyle in Miami, Florida. When you live this questionable lifestyle, you engage in certain habits and you associate with people who engage in certain habits, and you kind of make these people and their habits your surroundings, right? If I didn't have an available dealer at hand, I would go to the bar. There were certain bars I could go to who had what I was looking for. And I didn't even know who it was, but I knew what to look for. Okay? And if I couldn't find the guy himself, usually that guy plants himself near the bathroom or at the end of the bar. Usually the guy does that. Sometimes it's a lady. Usually it's a guy. But if I can't find that guy, if that guy happens to be a little bit craftier, I look for the next best thing. And what I look for is somebody who looks just like Jen McCabe. And I watch her. And I watch to see who she's interacting with so that I could find the guy at the bar. Just saying. Just saying.
And why Matt McCabe acted as a lookout, texting them a message that read, "Troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house," and trying to get a picture for Brian. It also explains why Jen gleefully reported back to them that Kerry was sticking to the script during her police interview, telling them everything. And Proctor is already sending his friends hate-filled text messages targeting Karen and boasting about the untouchable status of Boston cops. Julie Albert was so relieved at Karen's arrest that she vocalized her desire to reward Michael Proctor with a gift.
Dude, look at that, bro. That lady. I'm trying to tell you, I don't know what it is about her and Jill Daniels. They're like fucking twins, first of all. But I'm telling you, man. Dude, it doesn't like, she doesn't look like she snorts cocaine. She looks like cocaine snorted her insides out of her. That's what she looks like. That's what Jill Daniels looks like to me. Like, like, dude, she does not. That is overkill. Like, it's like she's a vampire who can't OD on coke and die. You know what I'm saying? Like all of the shit happens. You know, like how a vampire gets fucking shot. You know, like the wound happens and then it just fucking like heals up. Cocaine snorts Julie. Totally knock your nuts. Like, I'm trying to tell y'all, dude. Like, she's beyond, bro. She looks like a fucking vampire who can't OD. Has the fucking power of immortality and is snorting all the fucking cocaine. All of it. Get out of my way. Oh, look at that. Hey, Mr. Pablo Escobar, that's your fucking 4-ton shipment. Get out of my way. that just can't die. It's like there's no ODing. You need to have a beating heart to have heart failure happen, but the rest of the fucking effects happen. And this is what happens. This is what would happen to you after you're dead and you were still able to actually snort cocaine. This is what a corpse addicted to cocaine would look like, in my opinion. Like, I mean, yeah. She's a fucking corpse addicted to cocaine. Like, just the Walking Dead. Just a walking fucking corpse that just.
Yes! I like it.
Okay. All right, let's get back to microdots.
While Chris Albert was being instructed to tell the media that
Let's
the
rewind,
guy
though, because I don't want to
that
lose
Kerry
the...
O'Brien. It also explains why Jen gleefully reported back to them that Kerry was sticking to the script during her police interview, telling them everything. And Proctor is already sending his friends hate-filled text messages targeting Karen and boasting about the untouchable status of Boston cops. Julie Albert was so relieved at Karen's arrest that she vocalized her desire to reward Michael Proctor with a gift. While Chris Albert was being instructed to tell the media that the guy never came into the house and to ask questions. They each had their role, and until Karen was placed in handcuffs, they were teetering on the knife's edge. Every move carried the weight of potential disaster, where even the smallest misstep could trigger catastrophic consequences. Jen goes on to describe her meeting at the DA's office, where she found out she's been caught at Lank's home.
Mr. Lally, Miss McLaughlin, Steve Nelson, Trooper Brian Tully, I believe, and another woman, I can't remember her name, unfortunately. My daughter Allie came with me also. It was a casual meeting to explain this process.
Bro, if you ever fucking listen, if you ever did fucking blow, right? Like if you're a guy in my chat, okay? Or this applies to women who have been, partiers. Women are less susceptible to they're more susceptible to being addicted to crack than like powdered coke, right? In my experience, guys are like, fucking, I need more coke. And women are like, dude, I had a girlfriend that would she'd have a fucking gram, do like 2 bumps out of it, and then fucking go to sleep. Leftover cocaine. Never seen that shit before in my life. Only women have leftover cocaine. There's no such thing otherwise. Right? But but what Jen McCabe looks like to me, I've dated many girls living this lifestyle, and all of them had this one trait where there would be all-nighters that would take place where this girl would be like, I got to work at fucking 8 a.m., dude. I got to be at work at 8 a.m. Like, I'm going to bed early tonight. And then it's like 7, and it's like, oh, fuck. I got to go get ready. And they're just a mess, fucking no makeup anymore, sweaty brow, stringy hair. But they managed to pull out a miracle within 30 minutes. This is something I've always seen. This is something that blows my mind that women can fucking do, because what they do to get ready to be presentable for the day, their process, for some reason, when they haven't been doing fucking blow all night, it takes them 2 hours, but they could still fucking do it in 30 minutes if they have to be at work, right? And Jen McCabe, totally right there in that courtroom wearing that suit, looks like she's like, okay, fuck. Okay. I gotta be there. No. Okay, give me another line. Okay. Put on the suit. Okay, get your shit together, bitch. Let's go. Let's show these fuckers who can lie. And then like sits on the stand, you know, and fucking gives the performance of her life, fooling nobody but herself. Fooling nobody but herself. Gotta be caught in 5 minutes. Let's go, bitch. Let's go, bitch. You got this. Let's go. Totally. That's what she looks like to me sitting on that stand right now. Bet you anything I'm right. Put that bitch on a lie detector. Put that bitch on a lie detector and ask her if she was fucking doing coke all fucking night before she testified at trial. I'd like to see those results.
What did Mr. Lally show you?
He showed me nothing. Mr. Lally was not there when this conversation happened. Brian Tully told me.
What exactly did he tell you?
30-second face.
The reason you went to Lanks. Figure it out.
He said, "Did you go to Michael Lank's on January 30th?" And at first I said, "No, I've never been to his house." And then I thought about it and I said, "Oh my gosh, yes, I did go there." And that was the extent of the conversation.
Trooper Tully had you come down for an interview. He confronted you with a fact that had never been disclosed before, to wit, you showed up at Michael Lank's house, and when you said, "Yeah, oh yeah, hang on," I think your words were, "Oh my gosh, yeah, I think I did go there." And he didn't ask a follow-up question.
What does Jen do when she's cornered? Being asked unexpected questions she never prepared answers for.
Y'all in the chat are killing me right now.
She knows her story makes no sense.
Especially Olivia.
Inside the conference room, the DA's attorneys pretend everything's above board and legitimate.
I love that still of Alan Jackson right there. That's great, Richie. I love that shit. And I love how Olivia on Twitter is like fucking meticulous as fuck. She's like she's the tweet equivalent to Microdots' YouTube, right? It's fucking like totally meticulous, all business. And then she gets in my chat and she just unravels and becomes a clown. I love it.
But they're keeping a second set of books to be discussed with only certain individuals, more discreetly. Even a master manipulator like Jen can't fabricate an entire honest conversation about the report off the top of her head. And she certainly can't reveal what Tully really said to her. So she reverses it and blames Jackson.
He was there. You're spinning all of this.
I love how that still of Alan Jackson, even once it stops being paused, he's still in that spot. Like he's still in that position of like, well, what's your answer? And you can fucking hear her cocaine cotton mouth coming through the goddamn, like, she didn't go to sleep on blow and then get a good night. No, she came straight to the courthouse, dude. She did a bump in the fucking car and then came into the courtroom because now she's like fucking having a hard time. She really, really wants more water.
Ma'am, I do a lot of things.
Yeah.
I don't spin. There's a judge here to make sure that I don't spin. I'm asking you a question. It's very direct.
I do not believe he asked me a follow-up question.
So that was the end of that conversation about Michael Lang, correct?
Correct.
King clown. Yeah. So long story short, she fucking lied. She fucking lied. But I am curious about what crazy Brazilian lady was saying. But I mean, yeah, I try to be careful of speculation like that because that's why I asked her. I was like, what made you think to question whether or not Carrie Roberts went in the house? You know, I need stuff that's like I need a reason to think that, just so we remain credible. You know what I mean? But the thing is I get why her mind goes to that place, because, I mean, why wouldn't you question anything that these people are saying? You know? Like, why wouldn't you question everything? I mean, it's not far-fetched to think that Jen McCabe would be lying about Carrie Roberts being there. And get Carrie Roberts to lie about it too. It's not that far-fetched. All right. Now I got the phone lines open again. I'll take a couple of calls before I call it a night. Yeah, this whole cover-up screams of cocaine-fueled decision-making. It really does. Like, I'm trying to tell you, like, the whole fucking, like, as sloppy as it was, and the whole reason that it's even the only glue that's holding any of it together is people just playing dumb and lying and going, nope, that's not what that is. No, I didn't make any calls. I don't care what that says. I didn't make any calls. Wasn't me. Right? Nope. When caught on a lie, they just, hey, nope, you're mistaken. You're wrong. That's what cokeheads do when they're fucking being hassled by cops. That's what they all do. It's funny as shit.
Call from
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Renee.
What?
Renee.
Hi, Renee. What's up?
Well, you were a little confused about a word earlier. I thought I'd tell you what I was told the word is. And it's very simple. It's
decedent.
Curriculum vitae, V-I-T-A-E, pronounced vita.
Curriculum zeta?
And,
okay.
And it means, it's very simple. It means resume.
Resume?
And I learned resume. I learned that when I worked at the medical school in San Antonio.
Okay. Is it like worded differently than resume because it's medically related or something?
Well, it's not just doctors that use it.
I'm trying to understand why the fuck they wouldn't just say resume. You know what I mean?
Because they're higher educated.
Fuck out of my face with all that.
And it's not just doctors that use it. It's other people that have the fancy degrees.
Yeah, just say it. Smart people. Just say it. Smart people.
Listen, I'm married to one of those. I have to be, and I'm a high school dropout. I have to be careful. So anyway, that's it.
Cool.
The word's curriculum vitae, and it just means resume.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you, Renee. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Or resume. Yeah. Why didn't they just say resume? Can you hand me your resume, please? Did you state all your experience in your detailed resume?
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
What's up, Will? Scott. Finally cut through.
What's up, Scott? How we doing, buddy?
Not much. I loved Dr. Russell's After David. That was awesome. She's like killing that expert they're going to try to bring in.
This is Scott McGinnis, everybody, just so you know. We love old Scott McGinnis here, folks.
Yeah, they put Dr. Russell through that 2-day ridiculous, voir dire or Daubert hearing, and she got like
fucking grilling.
Hanky Panky was trying to demean her on the stand.
Yeah.
And this was like her revenge.
Right.
But just reading, her affidavit that she attached to that motion was just great.
Yeah, because she was just like incorrect and unreliable. Repeated that shit over and over again. Incorrect and unreliable. I love it.
I mean, obviously, Brennan cannot find a true competitor to Dr. Russell.
Because they don't have a case, Scott.
The state's never going to find a doctor with Dr. Russell's resume that's going to get up there and say, well, that's not dog bites. Obviously Alexis Bumper did this to his arm.
Dog bites on the descendant.
No doctor in their right mind is going to testify for the Commonwealth.
Right.
So they found this dog behavioral expert dude.
Let's just call him what he is. They found a fucking hack. Because Dr. Russell even states that she can't even find any type of exams that he might have even taken to get to the titles that he's donning next to his name. So,
well, I mean, there's probably not a doctor in the world as qualified as Dr. Russell. I mean, look at her resume. It's like unbelievable. Like most people would have to live 100 years to have a resume like her.
It's insane.
A cop,
right?
Medical examiner, emergency room tech. I mean, emergency room doctor. I mean, her resume is just, unbeatable. You're not going to find anybody,
right,
even close as qualified as her.
She's like the fucking Highlander of dog bites.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, obviously, Hanky Panky Brennan here has been trying to snipe out all of Karen Reed's experts. I mean, he's not doing so well. Obviously, Bev Cannoni's got to let them all back in. But he's doing all these pretrial voir dires or Dabort hearings, trying to, poke holes in all these expert witnesses. I don't know if he thinks he's gaining favor in the public. Is he, potentially screwing up the next jury pool? Like maybe they're watching this stuff. I don't know, but it's hopeless for Brennan. These experts are getting all back in, even if you think.
The thing is people are saying, they're just trying to make Karen Reed go broke, and I think that has something to do with it too. I think that plays a part, but and people are speculating as to why Brennan is pushing for this so hard. But I think it just boils down to Alan Jackson's original motion to disqualify Michael Morrissey. Which is he needs the win because it exonerates him from the federal investigation, or he thinks he does it anyway. He thinks that it does, because if he gets a guilty verdict, then it justifies, in his mind, it justifies the methods in which, at least to some degree, it justifies the methods in which were executed to conduct this investigation.
Well, exactly. Even if they were able to get the jury in trial one to somehow find Karen Reed guilty, on count 2 of one of the something. Like if they convicted her of something, then the McAlberts and this whole dirty investigation, they all get to go home and walk away. Like, oh yeah, we convicted the woman that killed Officer John O'Keefe. But if there's an acquittal, everybody's going to be left like, well, okay, who actually did kill John O'Keefe? Like, what happened, and who's going to investigate it?
Right. Because the people are going to demand, okay, we're halfway there. Once Karen Reed is acquitted, the public, all of us, we're going to be like, cool, we're halfway there now. Now, who killed John O'Keefe, and what's being done to find out? Because I think if Karen Reed's acquitted, I don't know if the DA can say, well, we had the real killer, and she had good lawyers, and that's how she got away with it, like OJ. But she's the real killer, and everybody goes home. But I think the public's not going to stand for that. I think that's part of the purpose for the third party culprit defense, so that she doesn't, end up looked at as the Casey Anthony of all this, where they got the right person. They just were, they failed to prove it in court. And
I think anybody that's, obviously, the free Karen Reed diehards, we know this case inside and out. But
sure.
I think even the general public, if Karen Reed's acquitted, I think most people are still going to be left like, well, okay.
So what happened?
Who really did it, and who's looking who really did it?
But that's why, because if that's another good reason to bring up and point out why they're not just going for the easy acquittal of just reasonable doubt and sticking to reasonable doubt, because if they stick to reasonable doubt, it comes off to the people who aren't diehard following this case as it could come off as the guilty person got away with it. The prosecution failed to prove their case, but they had the guilty person.
Well, and then of course the other elephant in the room.
So in this regard,
we all believe the feds are still investigating this whole thing.
Sure. But in that regard,
you know what I mean?
That's why the third party culprit defense is necessary, so that Karen Reed can have a life after this.
Yeah, I mean, even if the feds fail to ever pull the trigger, I get it. I look at it like the feds have such a full dragnet. If they were really going to take down this whole thing, you're talking about indicting DAs, state police detectives,
judges,
Canton police officers, and you see now too some of the motions that are being filed by the defense. They're tying in the Sandra Birchmore case.
Yeah,
they want to get information about investigators that were involved in Sandra Birchmore.
Lang,
some of the same Canton police officers.
Guarino,
same of the Scarino. So the trolls, the mild trolls. Oh, the federal investigation's over. No, it ain't.
Right.
I don't know what the feds ever do. Do they minimize the damage and just arrest the low-level players, or do they do a RICO and arrest all of them? I don't know.
I think that's the goal, but they'll take what they can get. I think Olivia wants to tell you, Scott, Hank Brennan is essentially abusing the Daubert process to gain depositions of the defense experts. And to piggyback off of Olivia's thought here, I can't disagree with her. Because those defense expert depositions will open the door for them to know what the FBI is actually investigating. They're fishing.
Exactly.
They're fishing to find out why Michael Morrissey is being investigated, so he can get ahead of it.
Correct. So Hanky Panky trying to do the ARCCA stuff. Because he's crying, saying, "Oh, the defense never did reciprocal discovery and tell us about ARCCA." But the defense didn't hire ARCCA; the FBI did, and it's part of the federal investigation. So the defense has no clue what they're doing. So meanwhile, Hanky Panky is trying to get ARCCA stuff because he wants to get an inside peek to the federal investigation into Michael Morrissey. But it's all way of Brennan trying to get into like the FBI investigation and basically run back to DA Meatball and say, hey, this is what the feds are up to.
He's a fucking mob goon, dude. Like, he's the same thing. Michael Morrissey put Hank Brennan there to find out what's going on with the FBI investigation. The only possible window into finding this out is through the Karen Reed case, through the Karen Reed trial. That's the only way.
I mean, that's my biggest joke, like in the chats and stuff.
Otherwise, the feds are just going to be like exactly what they did and go, hey, fuck you. We're not telling you anything. Stop it. That kind of came up a little bit. I don't know if it was Brennan talking about it or whatever, but the feds are kind of pushing back hard already. They're like, yeah, you can look into ARCCA, dude, but we're not gonna like tip our hand as far as the investigation goes. Right, and that's what they're doing.
I think the more Brennan pushes for ARCCA information, he's barking up the wrong tree. I think the feds are going to rebuke him. Like, no, or you can't. This is a federal investigation that's still ongoing.
Well, he knows that, but what's happening is he's using that to dismiss, to exclude them from testifying. So he's using that as some sort of justification as to why they shouldn't testify. But the thing is that this chess game, the next move was the defense saying, well, we can't provide them with this stuff because they're going to use it to prep the witnesses for cross-examination. The feds were compelled under TUI rules to submit the TUI into Karen Reed Trial 1 because the federal investigation has discovered exculpatory evidence that they're compelled to produce. They are the ARCCA guys were part of the TUI. So the TUI was 3,100 pages, right? Right.
But the ARCCA investigation itself is kind of like part of the TUI.
Yeah.
Instead, those two ARCCA guys like showed up in person, so they were in person TUI. They weren't hired experts by the defense. So Brennan crying about the defense didn't give ARCCA information to the prosecution via reciprocal discovery is like asinine.
Right. They're trying to say that the defense needs to give up the information from the U.S. Attorney's Office. How?
Yeah, but even the defense doesn't know.
Do that. Well, we don't know.
The defense knows just as much as the prosecution. All the defense knows about the federal investigation is what was contained in the TUI.
That's all.
When those ARCCA guys took the stand,
Scott, you're not thinking fourth dimensionally. Hank Brennan is trying to find out if the defense is in cahoots with the U.S. Attorney's Office. And if they have information, if Karen Reed has information of the federal investigation, they're trying to subpoena that shit. They're trying to they're trying to compel the judge to make her turn it over. But she can't because it's part of an open federal investigation. But the thing is at no point did they ever say that they are working with the U.S. Attorney's Office. But there were meetings.
No.
There were meetings on record with Karen Reed's defense and the U.S. Attorney. That is a fact. That has happened. So based on that, they're trying to fish and find out what they know about the
even if the feds had communications with Karen Reed or Karen Reed's defense team, that would be confidential because that would be part of the federal investigation.
Exactly what the argument is. Exactly what the letter from the most recent letter addressed to the defense and the prosecution from the U.S. Attorney's Office. That's exactly what the essence of that was. They were like, no, we're not going to share with you under federal statutes. We are not going to disclose to you details of an open investigation. What they shared was what they shared. Yeah. Anything involving Karen Reed's what could be exculpatory to her case, they shared.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying all along. Hank Brennan's been hired to be a defense attorney for the McAlberts and D.A. Morrissey and the dirty cops. He's not there to prosecute Karen Reed.
Not at all.
The prosecuting Karen Reed is incidental to why he's really there.
Right.
It's just window dressing. It's like, oh yeah, we're going to prosecute Karen Reed in trial 2. Everything's fine here in the Norfolk County DA's office, even though Meatball can't find any ADAs left in his office even willing to do this. They all refuse. They're like, dude, I'm not going to federal prison. Find somebody else to prosecute this thing. I'm not doing it.
Yeah. I mean, right. Like, he can't get anybody in the ADA to prosecute this farce. This is all just Michael Morrissey gasping for air. This entire process is Michael Morrissey gasping for air, in my opinion.
That's what I believe too.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm curious to see, how Bev's handling all these motions being dumped on her this week. I don't know how she's going to have this trial kick off April 1st.
If Bev wasn't part of this,
she's going to try.
If Bev wasn't part of this bullshit, she would have dismissed this case before the first trial even started. That's my opinion. I think.
Well, I mean, I've been saying it forever. I think Bev's been sent on this mission by Morrissey. She's literally has no choice. I mean, that's what I think is going on with her. I mean, she's normally a liberal activist judge. If this wasn't politically tied into Morrissey and Morrissey basically compelling her to save his ass,
right?
Judge Cannoni is usually pro-defendant. I mean, Karen Reed would actually fit in her wheelhouse. She would be very pro Karen Reed. If you look back at the Emmanuel Lopes prosecution for the killing of Officer Chesna, Beverly Cannoni is a very liberal activist judge. She bent over backwards to give Emmanuel Lopes the most possible fair trial in her mind.
If she's a liberal and she's a politician, she's probably going to act in the interest of liberal politics and not the actual causes that she uses to fucking paint the picture that she's a good guy. So when she's going to act in the interest of protecting people in her party, and Michael Morrissey is one of those.
Yeah, exactly. That's what she's doing right now.
That's what it seems like.
But if this has nothing to do with the fate of DA Morrissey, if there was no politics directly involved in this case, Bev would just revert to her normal bend over backwards the best I can for the defendant type of thing. That's not what she's doing in this case. In this case,
well, not at all.
Her mission is to save Morrissey.
I've covered so many trials, dude, and I've never seen a judge put up with the shit that the prosecution's doing. I've never seen a judge that would even remotely entertain it. And this is crazy.
I mean, how many times she could have recused herself a couple times? That's that time where they confronted her with the chalks about renting the beach house, and she took a 15-minute recess. I'm picturing her going into her chambers and calling Morrissey on his burner phone, and he's like, "Bev, nope, you're not getting out of this. You got to go back out there. You got to save my ass."
Yeah,
that's what I thought happened.
Yeah, I did.
Because nothing else explains her behavior unless her only mission is to save Morrissey.
Yeah, that's totally what it seems like. Somebody asked if I ever watched City on a Hill. I actually love that show, but I can't find it on Showtime anymore because Showtime's no longer Showtime. Showtime merged with Paramount Plus, and ever since that happened, that series for some reason isn't available. And I think there was another season that I needed to watch. But I really like that show, and I wish it would come back. I wish there was a way for me to watch it. Maybe they could watch it like bootleg, like on a site. I'll probably find a way to do that. But Scott, I'm going to take the next caller.
I'll let you go.
Great talking to you again, man. Thank you, buddy.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Bye-bye.
Call from.
This is the captain.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
This is the captain.
The captain. What's up? El Jefe here.
Hey, well, thanks for taking my call. A couple things I wanted to comment on. Just wanted to double down on your last call with some of the sentiments there. I think, first of all, I think it's very clear that the Karen Reed trial isn't a trial. This is a witch hunt. And this is something where I think a lot of people, once they say like, oh, why is it going down like this? These things don't make sense. The prosecution understands what they're doing. This isn't about justice. This isn't about, doing the right thing. This is about securing a conviction.
I don't know what it's about necessarily, but it is most definitely, without a doubt, not about justice.
Absolutely. I think the reason why they're bringing Hank into this whole mess, and again, your previous caller stated something to the same effect, is without that third party defense that they're going for, they wouldn't even have Hank on this, because he's there to defend anything that even insinuates that
That's
the
what he's there
McAlberts are
for.
involved.
Why else would you hire a high profile defense attorney to prosecute a case? Why else? What else
I
would be
mean,
the purpose?
I could possibly see it, like, you know, like since if he was a prosecutor originally, maybe because he had experience in this, if he's really that good of it. But this, it's so obvious. He's not even,
No, he's terrible.
you know, arguing like a prosecutor. He's
Not
arguing
at
like
all.
a defense attorney
He is.
for the prosecution. And it's,
Right.
so he's basically the group lawyer, the group defense attorney.
He
for the
literally
McAllivers.
said that the Commonwealth has a right to a fair trial in a court document that was submitted to a judge. He said that the Commonwealth is entitled to a fair trial. Quote.
Amazing.
That's the craziest
yeah.
fucking thing I've ever seen written by a prosecutor in a court filing. Never seen that shit in my life.
It just raises all kinds of questions about credibility. I mean, but you know, kind of going back to a few things that were said earlier. I mean, I think things make a lot more sense if we start looking at, you know, asking a couple questions about why, right? So we're saying, all right, Bev's there, she's there to protect Morrissey and this and that. But I want to ask why on that, right? So
Right.
I think it's more than just protecting, you know, people that might be in your same political party and so forth. You know, if you have people that are committing egregious crimes such as these, or even if they're really bad fuck ups and not, you know, crime, you know, with malice, like a lot of us think this is, you know, tell me, when's the last time, if you had a family member or a good friend or anything like that who got into a bit of trouble and did something they weren't supposed to and said, hey, can you help me out? Someone got killed and I need you to help me cover this up. Would you ever do it? I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't even do it for most family members. I can't even think I would do it for a family member, really.
No.
You're in such deep shit. You're gonna,
Well, I
why?
mean, the thing is, you also have to think about there's probably an infection taking place there, like a spread of an infection where people are looking at each other like, what are you going to do here? You know what I mean? And so when that person who's like, no fucking way, once the pressure of there's 2 or 3 other people on board, you're outnumbered, you're going to be seen as the threat. And there's the risk of that. So you're going to get on board and you're going to go, okay. You know,
let's start with more.
You know, all right. Yeah, I'm on board too, because yeah, you know what I mean? Like, so this is gonna snowball, you know, but if it was just one other person, that one other person might be like, yeah, dude, like, yeah. But the problem is they're not going to get to walk away without having some part in it. And now all of them have lied. All of them have lied. So
it's definitely a net once you're involved, for sure.
Right. So I feel like it was downplayed as to why lie about it. You're never going to get caught lying. Like, what are they going to do? You know, they're not going to put you on a lie detector test because it's not admissible in court anyway, and you're not on trial. So all you got to do is just fucking stick to the story. And if they catch you on something, you say, I don't recall. That's it. And that's what everybody stuck to.
I mean, I think if we take a step back, though, like something bad happens, people get into trouble. And now, why is Morrissey going to protect these people? He's going to throw away his career because what?
I've thought about that too. Yeah, I've thought about that too. But the problem is that Morrissey, it's probably something you got to understand. That goes into, I think the Morrissey aspect of it goes more into not the McAlberts, but the investigators. And the investigators are the ones that are friends with the McAlberts. And so the investigators abused their power, and Michael Morrissey was put in a position to have to fucking cover their ass. Right? So
why would you do that?
Why would he do it? Why would he do it? Because he's a dirty motherfucker and they probably have dirt on him.
Exactly. These people all work for somebody.
Right.
This is where I'm going. You're not going to throw away your career. You know, someone has a little fuck up, you cover their ass because you don't want the heat. But it's not worth throwing away and possibly getting criminal charges because, we're friends or, you know, or anything like that. None of it makes sense. And what does make sense is, you know what? hey, you've been dirty all this time and you've been taking money. Guess what? Now all of a sudden this job, the duty gets a little tough and you want to walk away from it. No, you got to sit there, be a soldier.
Yeah.
You're going to go prosecute this shit because we've been giving you money this whole time. Now you got to earn your keep. Otherwise, they're going to find out you've been dirty this whole time.
Right.
And it makes sense, right?
Right. Everybody's got something to lose
If
here. So the best thing for us to do is fucking work together and get through this shit.
Exactly. But the thing is, I think the person that's, pulling the puppet strings for Morrissey is probably the same one for Bev. And it's probably who Brian Albert and Proctor work for. And who would that be?
Well, the thing is I still think that Michael Morrissey is the big dick in this whole thing. I think Michael Morrissey is the big swinging dick in this whole thing because of his history. Someone, not the last time I was in Boston, but the time before that, really somebody very credible gave me a good history on Michael Morrissey. It was fascinating, and his ties run deep. So, I don't think that I think that Judge Bev could be answering to somebody higher than Morrissey, but I think that that person that's higher answers to Morrissey to some degree. Does that make sense?
I think it does. I don't know.
So that's
background,
assuming that Judge Bev is dirty and acting to protect and doing all this to protect Michael Morrissey. That's assuming that.
I mean, to me, I think a lot of things kind of fall into place if you assume that there's a puppet master at the top, right? They're pulling the strings on Canoni, they're pulling the strings on Morrissey because they want to protect Proctor, who's an asset to them, as well as Brian Albert, right?
Right.
So having that puppet master at the top makes everything kind of fall into place, and I just think that's bizarre that no one's really asking the question, like, who would that be? I mean, even when Brian Albert talks, right?
Well, that subject does come
really
up, but it's too broad.
families.
The reason why nobody's really people are asking that question to themselves. I promise you that. I am. But I guess I can only speak for myself. Is the reason why I don't really ask that question out loud is because I don't who knows what that what all those branches of connections that Michael Morrissey has higher than himself, where they go to. Who knows how deep this runs? You know what I'm saying? Like, I then you start putting on a tinfoil hat, and then I start talking about that shit because I don't have anything to base it on. Then I sound like a fucking crazy conspiracy theorist. And it's really important for those of us who are talking on behalf of Karen Read to still at least have some level of credibility. As far as like, if we're going to speculate, we have to speculate responsibly. We have to only speculate based on the facts that are made available to us. So I'm very careful. I don't speculate based on any rumors ever. Everything that I speculate on and I start to draw conclusions of and form opinions on is based on the facts that are already made available. I don't have facts on whether or not there's some connection between Maura Healey and Michael Morrissey and there's some dirty dealings there. And I don't have any facts on that, so I'm not going to say it. You know what I mean?
I hear you, and I totally respect that.
But we're all asking those questions in our minds. We're all going, something's got to, it's obviously got to be deeper, but as to where it goes, who the fuck knows? You know what I mean? So that's why we don't really talk about it, but we're all thinking it. We're all thinking it, Capitan.
And I wouldn't be surprised, if in the future these sort of things happen. I am expecting to have like what I would say like kind of higher order indictments to come out of this. So not just about Karen Read, not just about the Sandra Birchmore case. Like if these people are as dirty as we think they are, it just didn't start there, right? It's been going on a while, and I think this is the dragnet that's happening now. And I think the longer the feds wait and the more that comes out, the more they're going to find out what was done in the past. And I think we're going to hear more and more people get indicted for various other things that just got triggered by this sort of by this incident, by this case in Sandra Birchmore.
Agreed. Yeah. Yeah, this is I mean, the way that cases are presided over and dealt with in the future in Norfolk County, this case in the state, in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, it's going to matter based on whatever happens in this case. And this is why there are attorneys that are saying, you know, like the law tubers are really focused on this SJC thing right now, because they're saying that it could set a precedent, a dangerous one.
Yeah, this is going to be it's a historic case I think for several reasons, like, you know, and it's going to be very interesting to watch it unfold.
Agreed. Absolutely. Yeah. All right, I'm going to take the next caller. Capitan, thanks for calling, buddy. Appreciate you.
All right, thank you. Have a great night.
You too, man. All right, one more caller, guys, and then I'm going to call it. I think I've earned it. And if that call doesn't come in within the next 10 seconds.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with? Who am I speaking with?
What's up, Will? Iceman.
Iceman 2.0. What's up, homie?
Listen, yo, you and Turtle Boy, man, you my boys, bro. You guys, it's such a pleasure watching you. When you said Olivia sent you some message, I was driving about decedents. I was cracking up because my ADHD was also kicking in, like decedents. Say it.
Because I was, yeah,
You know?
man. I was, yeah, I get it, man. Well, you're referring to OCD actually, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, and I get it. Decedents, deceased, get it right. I get the connection. I just kept saying, I don't know what it was, man. My words, my letters get scrambled in my brain when I'm trying to read, and I've learned kind of how to manage that, you know, growing up, pretty good, but sometimes it gets the best of me, you know, and it depends on my mood.
It was enjoyable.
I've had a long day, and some days I can read better than others, you know.
Listen, I was driving and I was rooting for that word to be in your documents, man. Like, come on, keep going. But listen, what I wanted to say was, yo, like we knew, or at least most of us thought, that Karen's defense team is fucking pissed off and they're gonna come, you know, guns a blazing. But yo, what about Dr. Russell and Dr. Green? The way they're coming at these guys, also, they're ticked.
Yeah. I mean, you know, the whole ARCCA thing, the fact that they're going for the ARCCA guys, like I feel like I wasn't worried about it until people started mentioning it and saying, I think she only approved Green and Russell so that she would have some room. And there's no legal fucking reason for that. They're just saying that because they're like, oh, you know, good luck, bad luck. You know, I feel like she's doing that so that she could justify, you know, not having people who just don't like Bev, you know, and rejecting the excluding the ARCCA experts. But I mean, I just don't see that. But the ARCCA experts, I think there's more of a reason to allow the ARCCA experts than there is to allow even Dr. Russell or Mr. or I don't think he's a doctor, Mr. Green.
Yeah, Richard Green. But I don't know if you noticed the little subtlety that Spanky put in there, that there's no need for a second voir dire with the ARCCA guys.
Right.
Because you know he would crap in his pants because they will just freaking destroy him.
Well, yeah. And the judge, I mean, again, this is just in front of the judge, and it's the judge deciding whether or not the jury should hear it. That's what the voir dire basically is. So it is just for the judge. So I feel like he's just trying to get her, instead of having to go through the whole rigmarole, he's just saying, let's just skip through that, judge, in order to get this trial started on April 1st like you want to, judge. Let's just skip all that and make sure that we just exclude those guys.
Yeah, what he's been wanting to do is take all the defense away from Karen.
That's what he's trying to do. Right.
Yeah, and then Judge Bev, I think she was a defender, right? She was a public defender.
I think she was a
If
public
she was-
defender. Yeah, I heard that she was a public defender.
And hearing Frankie say that the Commonwealth has a right to a fair trial, and her being on the other side, that must have been like her stomach must have been turning when she read that.
Yeah, and the funny thing is I mean, it's filed. Like, we all read it. We all read it. Everyone read it. So, yeah, you can't put that GD back in that bottle. Can't put that toothpaste back in the tube. That's it.
Listen, man, this trial is exposing Hank Brennan for the less than good lawyer that he is. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah, for sure. Like, Hank Brennan's not going to come out without a red face on this one, guaranteed.
Exactly. I mean, he's going to be hashtag Hank forever.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
But anyway, listen, I just want to say thanks for all you do for Karen Reed movement. I had the trifecta, the hat trick with Turtle Boy last night, Melanie Little this afternoon, and now the Glare tonight.
Awesome.
So keep up what you're doing, and we're going to keep supporting Karen Reed no matter what, man.
Right on. Thanks, Iceman 2.0. I'm really glad to hear you call in, man. Like, I see you in chat. I appreciate you.
Listen, we appreciate you, man.
Right on.
And listen, I'm hoping maybe to get up to Boston and maybe have a meal of food with you and the doctor.
Maybe.
That's my hope.
Maybe.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Thing is, you never know when I'm coming up. You never know.
I know.
That's the thing.
No worries. No worries, my man.
But all right, man. Well, you have a good one. All right.
All right. You too. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, folks. That'll be it, folks. 5.5 hours. Okay. I'm starving for a meal of food right now. I need to eat something. And Clover is ready to get the fuck out of here. Right, buddy? You ready to go? Come here. And say bye to everybody. Love you, buddy. We're out of here. We're out of here, homie. Don't you worry. Thanks, Microdots. And again, make sure to sub to Microdots clip channel. Not just Microdots, but his Microdots clip channel as well. And thanks to all the mods. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you guys. And to Cherry for kindly putting all of these motions in a PDF format for me to be able to access. Very, very helpful. Guys, I'm going to wrap this up. Thank you guys for subscribing. I know I've got some new subscribers. I hope you guys enjoy the channel moving forward. I hope you've been enjoying the channel. Thank you guys for all of the support, all of the super chats. I don't think, let me see. Let me make sure, as I don't want to not read any Venmos out loud if I have any. No new Venmos, I don't think. And yeah, we're good. Fantastic. Guys, you guys are amazing. Yeah. I feel like Melanie Little wore everybody down for me. But good thing though, because I'm glad. I always prefer to follow up if I can, Melanie Little, because she does a great way of explaining things. Even though I like to react to them, I like that you guys aren't depending on me to understand them, because you've already watched Melanie Little, and then you just kind of watch me understand them, and then my opinions, and then we just kind of all vent and bitch and moan about it together. And I like this dynamic. It's a wonderful dynamic, and I'm grateful for it. You guys are amazing, and please make sure to hit the like on your way out. It really helps me out. I'm really grateful to you guys again for everything. I love you very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.